the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year, with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are excited to welcome Coinbase as a presenting partner of the Speed Chess Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, it's been a while. How you doing?
It has indeed, Robert. I'm doing great. I'll start by quoting the great Dalai Lama, who once said, "There's 2 things I can envision myself doing at 7:20 in the morning. One is sleeping. The second is commentating the SEC with Robert Hess. I'll take the second."
I'll take the second. I'll take the double header because that's what we have today. It's a 2-for-1 special for those of you at home. We start the day with a great matchup between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Gukesh D. Danya, this match, the Frenchman with 3 names, the former World Blitz champion, taking on the upstart, the top 10 player in the world from India.
What a juicy match, Robert. Yet another battle of the generations. We've got a big age gap. We've got a big experience gap, but we'll get to that. We have some gaps in the quarterfinals yet to be filled. Of course, Hikaru against Caruana in the top right. That is going to be a mouth-watering matchup indeed. And we're going to have many, many more of those mouth-watering matchups. Who will join Nihal?
That's the big question. Nihal Sarin defeated Alexei Sarana 16-10. The winner of this match between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Gukesh, they move on to face Nihal in the quarterfinals. The winner, of course, will float up to face the winner of Hikaru versus Fabi. But Danya, as we sit here right now, we know how many great matchups are ahead. We need to remind everybody of the overall format because some people, I don't know where they've been, but they don't know the SEC, where it's the typical scoring, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw. But if we're tied, when the timer runs out, then we get 4 games of bullet chess, 1+1, and if it's still tied, we get Armageddon with bidding. So we start the show with an hour and a half of 5+1. That's 5 minutes plus 1 second added per move, followed up with an hour of 3+1. Last but certainly not least, the all-important bullet segment with 30 minutes of 1+1. And Donnie, I think what is so important for both the fans and the players alike to remember is that games that begin before the timer runs out, they count towards the final score.
And that's not a purely academic scenario. That particular scenario has decided countless SEC matches. Most recently, Alireza against Andreikin. That was almost a very important consideration if, in fact, Dmitry Andreikin had managed to come back in that winning position. So keep in mind, even if there's 2 seconds left on the match clock and a game begins, it counts for the overall score. But we'll cross that bridge, Robert, when we get there. And I'm certainly hoping that we will get there.
Blunders, brilliancies, under promotions. The SEC has it all, but the SEC also is thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as an official partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the ethos of chess and with the chess.com mission to grow the game and sport of chess. Deloitte is the official data insights partner of the SEC. Let's dive into our Deloitte game analytics, and we see them in front of us, Danya. Maxime, he's nearly double the age of his opponent, but his blitz rating is sky high, much higher than Gukesh.
Much higher indeed, but the biggest piece of the game analytics might be the lack of analytics when it comes to their head-to-head, because they have only faced each other exactly once. MVL has won their only chess.com blitz interaction. They haven't played any bullet. This is a complete blank slate, Robert. It's impossible to predict how these two players are going to interact. And that is what I love about the SCC. How many of these new matchups do we get year in and year out?
We get so many of them, and Maxime and Gukesh, they may not be familiar online, but they just got a little bit more familiar over the board in Kolkata, taking part in the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid and Blitz. And Dunner, one of the things that Maxime said at the opening ceremony was that he was excited to play Gukesh specifically, just because they haven't faced off much before.
And I mean, the older guard of Super Grandmasters really wants to face and wants to experience this new crop of talent, in particular this new crop of Indian players, which include Prague and Aragaisi and Nihal Sarin. And last but certainly not least, the player who we will be observing today, Gukesh D. Let me tell you, MVL is not going to go gentle into that good night. He might be over 30 years old, but he isn't just going to let the new guard run circles over him as we look at the second page of our Deloitte Game Analytics.
And we look, the bullet ratings, at least their peaks, approximately level, slightly in Maxime's favor. But what's definitely in Maxime's favor is those total SCC games and also their game win rate. That means the percentage of games they specifically win. So Maxime, when he shows up to a match, he wins a specific game 37% of the time. That is quite a lot.
That is a lot. And you know what else is a lot? His total SCC games, 461. That is pretty hard to fathom until you take into account the number of years that MVL has participated in the SCC and how far he's gone. His highest place was second. He's defeated Magnus Carlsen. So Gukesh has that lack of experience in the SCC. He's going to have to put those butterflies in his stomach behind him, because we know that particularly players who are newer to the SCC, they do feel really, really nervous at the start of matches. But Gukesh has already played Magnus Carlsen in the SCC. I think he'll be just fine.
And Gukesh has a little bit more experience that would meet the eye based on the graphic. He's won the Junior Speed Chess Championship. He's played in it twice, just won it earlier this year. So he is gaining that experience as all young players do. But Smarter Chess doesn't care about growth. He cares about the here and now. And Smarter Chess's predictions suggest that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a 6-point favorite, 79% win probability. Danya, as you look at each time control, do you think this makes sense?
Listen, Smarter Chess, their public image needs a little bit of saving, because I saw a very similar prediction in the Alireza Andreikin match, the last match that I commentated. And we know that match came right down to the wire. In fact, Dmitry Andreikin held a lead for over half of that match. And Gukesh will have to follow in Andreikin's footsteps. He's going to have to reverse the prediction in the 5+1. I think that's one of the most important keys to an upset victory for Gukesh. Go 5.5, 3.5 in his favor rather than MVL's favor to set the tone.
Yeah, because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the favorite in this match. He's the 5 seed. Gukesh is the 12. Maxime has made it to the semifinals numerous times and a finals appearance back in 2020 after beating Magnus Carlsen. So for Gukesh, you can't let Maxime feel like he's in firm control. And the community does not believe that Maxime is in control. We, I believe, think that Maxime is the favorite. That shouldn't be up for debate, except when you ask the community to make their predictions, and they say 64% of them that Gukesh should win this match.
Wow. Number of squares on a chessboard, 64. Percentage of the community who chose Gukesh to win, also 64. We know that he has a lot of fans, but man, that is a serious vote of confidence for the Indian youngster. I do think that he's going to perform a lot better than he did against Magnus Carlsen. You called it, Robert. He's got a lot more experience under his belt. He's won the JSCC. He's on the rise over the board. He needs to bring all of that confidence to bear as early as game one, because yet again, setting the tone is going to be so important when you're facing an SCC veteran like MVL.
And you see all the trophies behind Gukesh, but the only player in this match to add a trophy to their mantle is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He won the rapid portion with a round to spare in Kolkata. He's in great form right now. I think he sort of has been invisible in the last couple of years. His performances haven't been up to his typical standard after winning the 2021 World Blitz title. But Maxime making his 8th SCC appearance, we know what he's capable of.
We absolutely do, and he's been playing quite a bit online recently. He's played a lot of the Bullet Brawl, so he hasn't been entirely AWOL when it comes to gaining experience on chess.com. Obviously, there's a 1-second increment in the SCC, which really changes the tone of the game. But MVL might have been a little bit quieter over the board. That doesn't mean, Robert, that he's lost any form. That doesn't mean that his opening preparation, which is what he has hung his hat on for so long of his career, that doesn't mean that's going anywhere. It's not. And he's going to have to lean on it, I think, if he wants to throw the opening punch.
And I don't think we should forget that recently Maxime was double trouble in Title Tuesday. He won both events, I believe, in the last week of July. So Maxime, as you said, he's made his mark on the online sphere. And right now he takes on Gukesh. And I think that Maxime looking very relaxed in that Secret Labs chair. He's just hanging out, ready to play. And games are about to begin.
They are about to begin. Seatbelts fastened, folks, and MVL has the white pieces in game one. The gong has sounded. It is 7:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are underway, Robert, with a Taimanov Sicilian in game one. The same opening as in game one of Firouzja and Draken, interestingly enough.
You know, I think not everyone keeps those stats except for you. You're always on top of these things. And in this opening, we see that Black brings out the queen very early. That seems like it could be surprising to the masses who are always taught, don't bring your queens out, and look at White do the same. Magnus has made these queen d3 ideas so popular in the various Sicilian openings, and that queen, as you're pointing out, you knew what I was going to say, partner. Trading on g3 would open the h-file at the right moment.
And you couldn't do it immediately because Black would have traded the queens and then captured the knight on d4. But that's why you throw in this move, knight b5, really exploiting the drawback of the move queen c7. Black just didn't have time to prevent this move with a6. And my guess, Robert, is that after queen b8, White could follow up with queen g3 and really try to massage those dark squares in the center and on the king side. Obviously, the ideal scenario is to stick a knight on c7, but Gukesh is saying over my dead body.
That would be a dream come true for Maxime. But after queen b8, queen g3, this is likely to happen. You see Maxime immediately go for his mouse. That c7 square is vulnerable. If you play d6, White can follow it up with increased pressure on that d6 pawn with bishop f4, bishop to g5. These type of ideas could really hurt Black's chances.
And we're already getting direct tactical confrontation here. MVL pausing to calculate bishop f4. Black does have the pesky response knight h5, though. And I don't think the tactics work out in White's favor. You're just not in time to grab the pawn on d6. So maybe it's worth for MVL to develop this bishop not to f4, but to e3 in order after a6 to be able to move the knight back to d4. Because what you do not want is to move the knight back off sides to a3. And that's precisely what's happening.
And knight h5 was such an important resource for Black. That's why the bishop couldn't line up with the queen. Otherwise, strategically, Black would have been in huge trouble. So a6 seems to be a very natural response. And Danya's the essential claim that the queen on g3 is stronger than the queen on b8, preventing Black from easily playing bishop to e7.
Yeah, and it is stronger than the queen on b8. Does the queen on b8 have any redeeming qualities? Well, it does. It could potentially supervise pawn pressure on the queen side. And we are expecting White to castle queen side. So we're going to get sort of an old school opposite side castling scenario, but maybe not, because Black, as you said, has a very hard time getting this bishop out. So I'm curious how Gukesh is going to solve that problem. Will he just keep his bishop on f8? Will he try to chase White's queen away with this typical h5, h4 idea? Or will he do something else?
h5, h4 looks very strong to me. I would definitely go for that line. And if White does develop the light square bishop, sometimes Black can give up that g7 pawn, because when you slide the rook to g8, the g2 pawn will be loose at the end of the line. So Maxime castles queenside. I think it's a good choice. But Danya, I like your decision to play on the queenside for Black, especially now that White's king has landed there.
And that's exactly what Gukesh is doing. He's making the kind of low-hanging fruit types of moves. Bishop d7, completing his queenside development. He could get his rook to c8. He could play b7, b5, which is very likely. But MVL responding very calmly. King b1, this is kind of the classic cross your T's and dot your I's type of move. And now securing the e4 pawn and trying to really render this bishop on c6 harmless.
And this move b4 for Black, that's one of those moves that you play and regret immediately, because you give up so many important squares on the queen side. The knight would reroute to d4, as you mentioned, and the a6 pawn would be loose. So you have to refrain from pushing the pawn just yet. But my question, Danya, is Black going to play bishop e7 or maybe g6, bishop g7? And there could be some danger on that long diagonal that White has to deal with.
That knight on c3 could end up under pressure, and should the knight move, there is some pressure on c2, although I would point out the bishop on d3 is an excellent defensive piece. But Gukesh going for a different maneuver. Knight f6 drops back to d7. Where is it going? Is it going to c5? Is it going to e5? What do you think?
I think to e5 makes a lot of sense here.
Good call.
He does choose that square, but it invites an f4 push at the right moment because white typically is not afraid of knight takes d3, pawn takes d3. That opens up the c file where it looks a bit scary at first glance, but the white rook slides to c1 in many of those positions, and black is woefully underdeveloped.
And that's a great point. Black is not the only one who can attack on the queen side. White absolutely can attack on the queen side. And Robert, Gukesh has kicked the can down the road when it comes to figuring out a way to develop his king side, but he can't procrastinate forever. And I think he's reached the point where he needs to do something actively about his lack of king side development, right? Because you cannot play without an entire flank for the rest of the middle game. First of all, I think he should slide his queen away from the c-file. That's exactly what he does. But has he walked into some tactics with knight to d5?
I love knight d5 right now because e takes d5, e takes d5 would be a problem. But look what Maxim's doing. He's just kind of sitting on the advantage. Knight d5 now really hurts black. You cannot afford to open the e file with your king sitting there. And knight b6 is a threat. There are tactics on f6. Of course, Maxim plays it.
Anybody who wants to learn proper Sicilian technique with white should be taking notes right now. This is such a typical move, and it's such a powerful move. Not only is knight sitting pretty, it's also threatening to jump to b6. White's also threatening bishop takes f6. Black's pieces are stumbling over each other, and this is why Gukesh should have put his queen not on d7, but on b7. But it's a little bit too late. Look at this, Robert. If we could pull up an analysis board really quickly. If Gukesh tries to remedy the situation, white plays not bishop f6, but knight f6. And look at this. You paid the direct price for not developing your king side. The rook is literally trapped. You can't go to g8. You're losing a bunch of material. And so Gukesh, as we go back to the live board, he's taken the knight and he's tried to close up the center with e5, which I think is probably the lesser evil.
It's a lesser evil. It closes the center, but it also shuts down that bishop on f8. Where is that piece going? It can't even develop to e7 because g7 will be loose. There's no immediate threat in the position for black. The e-pawn is pinned to the king. So for white, it's about finding the accurate moves in the here and now because let's say the queens come off the board, then white is just worse.
Yeah. White's pawn structure is bad. I would contemplate the move bishop c3, but not because you have to move the bishop. You called it. The bishop is untouchable. Black's pawn is pinned. But it's because I want to instead put the pawn on d4 and try to break through this pawn on e5, which currently is as solid as a rock. You could consider a sacrifice on e5, but I don't think that's necessary. I think the simple bishop c3 followed by d4 poses serious, serious problems for black in the center.
And black will probably meet bishop c3, king to f7, understanding that Danya's threat is so strong, I can't allow d4 without getting some counterplay myself. And playing d4 for white has its own set of risks. It opens up the diagonal where the king is on, so queen f5 can lend with check, and suddenly black could turn this thing around.
That's a great point, and maybe that's bothering MVL because black only needs a couple of moves, right? We're singing the praises of white's play as MVL now falls to 90 seconds, but if black can get king f7 and bishop e7, and maybe even rook f8 and king g8 in, we have to come back to the fact that positionally, white is worse here, right? From a strategic standpoint, white's got these doubled pawns, and so MVL throws the kitchen sink at Gukesh. He does go for the sack on e5, much to the surprise of Grandmaster Robert Hess.
And it earned a question mark from the chess.com sphere here. And I think it deserves it, not because it's a bad move for blitz, because objectively it was not the correct decision. So sometimes blitz decisions are better than what the computer would highlight. But Daniel, can I not just take that bishop on e5? And if you take with the queen on e5, can I slide my king over it to d8 rather than out in the open on f7?
Yeah, because if you slide it the other way, well, you're giving up at least a check on f1. That seems very scary. But after king d8, that king is really slippery. Black could develop the bishop to e7 in response to a check on g5, and there just doesn't seem to be a direct follow-up. But is Gukesh trusting MVL a little bit too much? Is he actually considering declining the sacrifice with king f7? Well, that would be kind of an admission that things are going really badly. I would just grab this bishop and hope for the best. That's your best practical chance. And he does.
Takes it right now, and he takes the rook. So that, I think, prevents king to d8, because then white doubles rooks on the e-file. And look at this. The engine is so harsh, giving that a question mark. And Gukesh responds correctly with king f7. But this looks like a legitimate attack. Wow,
Whoa.
d6. What's that?
d6. What is he intending against bishop takes d6? Well, Gukesh doesn't know and doesn't want to know. He drops his king back to g8. The best move, Robert. And the king is safer than it's been the entire game. But there's more threats to deal with. Queen to d5. And now is the time to take on d6, not just to take the pawn, but to cover the d5 square.
Looks like a really important move right now for Gukesh, who's dropping to about 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds.
Queen takes d6. That does cover that important check. And at this point, white wants to throw the d-pawn off the board. That would lead to a vicious attack. And you called it. The rook does slide over to e1 rather than f1. And the advantage is now sky high for black.
Black is simply up a piece. There are no avenues toward black's king. All Gukesh has to do, the final nail in the coffin, is to make some luft, tuck the king away, and try to prevent these freak tactics. If you're MVL, okay, I would have gone g4 and tried to open up the king side. Instead, he goes d4 and uses one of his last remaining assets. But look at how exquisitely Gukesh is dousing the flames of white's initiative.
And that trades the queens, because if you don't, and it goes queen f1, that's a passive move, but queen c1 mate was the big threat on the back rank.
And now the bishop could come out to b4 with great effect, forcing this rook into complete passivity. And after that, white's compensation will be whittled down to 0.
Less than 0, right? It's one of those things where black has the material and the compensation.
And the compensation.
as Ben Feingold likes to say. But he's chasing this queen around, although this queen can now safely drop back to g6, and I believe that white's running out of useful attacking moves.
But I love what MVL is doing. He's playing really fast, not because he's... Oh, he mouse slipped!
Oh my gosh!
He meant to play rook f8!
And Gukesh offers a draw, and Maxime declines the draw, and that's a win in game 1 for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. No friendly sportsmanship here. This is a very intense match. Unfortunately for Gukesh, he just drags the rook one square too far.
If we could briefly pull up an analysis board just for people who want a quick refresher on what just happened, I'm going to pull up the end of that last game. What he meant to do, this was not a blunder. What he meant to do was play rook hf8. This would have been the best move in the position. And after the mutual trade of queens, black emerges up a piece. Now, MVL would have presumably moved his queen and the game would have continued, but black's position is completely winning. Instead, this is a classic mouse slip, allowing rook takes g6. And Robert, I think, you can take a draw in a friendly game, but in a match situation, I really don't think that MVL should be taking a draw here. I think, he's not being mean, because mouse slip is just part of online chess. It's a sad part of it, but it's a part of it.
Yes, and I've seen you talk about this on your streams before, where you just take them, right? As we see the chat saying, we take those, yep, and we agree that it's part of the online game. But Danya, this is not good news for Gukesh. You were very strong in your opinion that he needed to jump out to a lead. That way he could feel like he had a legitimate shot, especially going into the quicker time controls. But a loss like that from such a well-played game on the black side, that's going to sting.
It absolutely stings. And it stings a lot more than a game where you got crushed. You get crushed in game 1, you can make your adjustments, but you put so much effort into diffusing white's attack, right? It was an unsound sacrifice by MVL, beautifully refuted by Gukesh, even in time pressure. And at the last hurdle, right, he needed to make 2 or 3 more moves, and the game was essentially over. And that's when the mouse slip occurred. You have to push that away. You have to tell yourself, listen, objectively, 1 point at the start of the match is not going to make a big difference. So what do we have here? We have, of course, a Grunfeld. MVL is, along with Peter Svidler, arguably the world's leading specialist in the Grunfeld, but it's sort of a Grunfeld Slav.
Yeah, it's a very close position. And I just want to give a quick note that I see you fans voting. 51% say Maxime will win today, 49% in Gukesh's corner. But the original community predictions, 64% of you had Gukesh winning. After one game, that changes, doesn't it, Danya?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the bandwagon fans start to change their allegiances real quickly.
And you asked what's happening in this position. It's very close, so why not open up the A file? We often think we need to develop our rooks towards the center, but you can develop rook in its starting place, especially when your opponent has a fianchetto structure. You open up the A file, the rook and queen are in the right line.
Black has a great position here. Everything is super harmonious. That bishop on e6 may seem passive, but it's an extension of the pawn. It's exerting pressure on the c4 pawn. The c4 pawn is pinned. So if I'm Gukesh, I'm considering a move like bishop f1. I don't like unfianchettoing my bishop, but at least the queen is now defended and c takes d5 becomes an option. But I agree with you, Robert. I think black should toss in a takes b3 and essentially then start thinking.
And thinking is going to be important because it's not clear what black's plan is. The open A file doesn't mean you win the game all of a sudden. There are no good infiltration squares. So he has taken on b3. And now the question is, which pieces do we need to improve? I don't love that the queen is leading the way on a6. And wow, he plays c5. He just wants mass liquidation.
We just got some porridge in the center. It's hard to make heads or tails of this position. I guess C takes D5 is the most straightforward way to liquidate. Then MVL will trade queens and recapture on D5. And first impressions are that Black's position there is safe as houses. I would take Black in that endgame. And look at Gukesh continuing to complicate the game with E4.
And it gets a question mark, but I like the move. Maybe with 5 minutes to start on the clock, it's not as strong as if they were playing a bullet game, but that's the type of move that just wins you speed chess competitions.
And the idea is really scary. I'm with you. After D takes E4, D5, bishop F5, there's the move G4. And apparently Black has some sort of refutation, but to my untrained eyes, Robert, it appears that the bishop is trapped. Maybe there's some sort of lateral move like Queen F6 to free the bishop tactically, but that has to be found.
I like the look of that, though. Queen F6 at the end there, hits the knight on H4. It's still a wild position where white gets the pair of bishops in an open board. So he does MVL on E4. D5 should be the automatic reply. But I think the line that you mentioned is indeed going to happen, and I'm not sure Gukesh will be thrilled about it.
Yeah, but as the expression goes, having said A, you kind of have to say B. And he does. He goes G. He says G rather than B. He plays G4. Having said A, you have to say G for Gukesh. And Queen F6 alongside Bishop F6 is a way to attack White's undefended knight and force it back to G2. And if it drops back to G2, I think the problem might be Black's knight getting into F3. Oh my gosh. And Robert, there is a situation there where mate becomes unstoppable on H2. This is a big problem because I'll play the moves on the board. Knight G2, knight E5. Gf5, knight f3, and the simple queen e5 poses an unstoppable threat on h2. Look at White's pieces.
That's why you never fiend Keto a knight. You don't do it. Your king is left out to dry. And so, Danya, I think what Gukesh has to do instead of this line, which you have to get your queen to stop the checkmate, is I believe he has to take on f5 with his knight. And after G takes F5, G takes F5, Queen takes F5, he's temporarily down a pawn. But this is an open board. And whose king will be safer? Not immediately clear. The knight can go out to F6 for Black in that position. But White can play, as you're showing, Rook C3, Rook G3, or pawn to B4. Bishops thrive when they're pawns on both sides. Knights struggle a bit because they're slower moving pieces.
But that line, I think it takes a lot of maturity. First of all, it takes admitting, yeah, I missed Queen F6, so I have to change my whole agenda in this position. He was hoping to trap the bishop. His mouth was watering. Now you have to transition to essentially seeking an initiative down a pawn. Knight takes F5 is the only move which doesn't lose. Great job by Gukesh, slowing it down, kind of admitting to himself, yeah, I missed the move. Let's reshuffle my priorities, and let's play for compensation in the bishop pair.
There's something I just noticed about the variation you mentioned, by the way. So bishop, queen takes F5, bishop G2, knight F6. Like it looks like Black has stabilized. That rook on B1 is loose in some positions. So if you do play rook C3 very quickly, there could be an E3 shot all of a sudden, and that makes it a little risky for White.
Okay, and that really raises the appeal of the move B4. I think we're going to see that position on the board. There we go. And your point is well taken. Rook C3, E3. Looks like something I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. You could also play a sort of semi-prophylactic move like King H1, anticipating a future scenario where perhaps your rook moves on to G1. But, of course, two can play at that game, and Black will likely follow in White's footsteps with the same type of idea.
I just like B4. Open this thing up. I don't know if Black is ready to meet the storm of pieces that are heading in his direction. So what would your response be to B4? I feel like it's just the quickest and most aggressive plan, and he says, let me go bishop C3. Maybe he wants opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, bishop takes F6 and bishop takes E4, the most straightforward idea, although that doesn't necessarily solve all of White's problems because Black's bishop would be a monster sitting on a square like D4, and I love MVL's response. So instructive. Forget about the pawn. He wants to ensure the safety of his king and open up the possibility of rook C8 to G8. My response, by the way, would have probably been to play B6.
Okay, so question asked, question answered. We have a queen trade on tap. Will MVL move his queen to the G file now that he's moved his king off of that line? A rook would follow on G8, but he says, let's get into the endgame. This still doesn't mean a draw done. I think everyone should take notice because White has weaker squares, especially on the king side.
White has weaker squares, and it doesn't mean like Black has abandoned his hopes of an attack against White's king. As absurd as that sounds, two rooks and a bishop are material enough to create serious threats against the king. Let's see where MVL puts his rook. There we go, Robert. Bishop E5, case in point. Gukesh has to defend passively. Rook C2 is a nice prophylactic move to make sure that h2 is secured, but MVL still deploys his bishop to e5 and ties white down to the defense of his weakest pawn.
There is one huge issue for black. If white plays rook g2 now, there is no rook a3 or something like that, because the second rook will hit the g file and black's king is caught in the corner. So black cannot go all on the offensive. You have to watch out for that back rank.
And that might mean trading one pair of rooks. So rook g2 could be met with rook g8. And with only one rook, white might have insufficient resources to defend all of the weaknesses in his position. So Gukesh, he instead plays a flexible move, chases black's bishop back to d6, and there we go. Rook g2 is now on the board. This should be a draw objectively, but I'm starting to worry about Gukesh's clock. MVL is so good, like all other top GMs, of continuing and prolonging the game and posing problems even in drawish positions. Start walking your king. There's a primrose path here down the dark squares in the center.
King f6, king e5, king f or d4. That king is going all in, and this looks terrible for white. I don't see an active plan. Donna, this is one of those positions where at some point white might have to jettison a pawn or two just to get some activity.
Jettison. That's one of my favorite words, actually. And he's not jettisoning it. He might be jettisoning the game pretty soon, because that king, with its bloodthirsty eyes and its fangs, is heading for c3. And white is overextended, Robert. There's too many weaknesses, too many pawns that are all collapsing, and Gukesh throws all caution to the wind. This is what you have to do, seeking active counterplay. But is it going to be enough? I don't think so.
The white king might get checkmated. Rook lands on h2. The black king goes into e3. Of course, the king could go towards c3. But look at Gukesh. He gets active for move, immediately retreats, and that b3 pawn is as good as gone.
And even a rook trade at this point probably serves black, because that bishop is so dominated. I would consider rook takes h2. That's got to be a winning endgame, because black just wins all of white's pawns on the queen side as well.
Look at Gukesh's clock, too. 10 seconds remaining. So rook takes h2. There will be a time where there might just be a forcing move that survives. It's going to be hard to find. I don't even think so. I think rook h2 is objectively the best move, because as you're pointing out, once the bishop slides back to d1, the black king goes to d2, and then over to c2, and down goes b3.
Now, you could have played bishop takes h2, but MVL is a very principled player. That's what I love about him. He's always going to pause and calculate and try to find the most accurate path. That's exactly what he did here. Gukesh down to a second. He's got to make a move, and he's completely lost here. MVL, perfect technique here, as he's going to advance that h-pawn and combine it with a direct assault against white's queenside pawns.
And this is objectively winning even in classical chess, it would seem. But I like that move f4. If you're talking pure chess details, that is a move that opens up your bishop, and opposite colored bishops can give drawing chances even down 3 pawns.
Yeah, you could construct scenarios down an unlimited number of pawns because of the possibility of a blockade. That is why the concept of a breakthrough is so valuable, and I think we're going to see that concept in action here. MVL calculating, nailing the coffin here with b5 and winning the game in style. He is up 2-0.
Huge win there for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It is completely opposite of the game 1 victory, where he received fortune when Gukesh mouse slipped. But that was a dominant show of strength from MVL. Now into game 3. Look at this. We have a Sicilian, Gukesh. He loves this opening from the black side.
He does indeed. We have a Rosalimo, one of the most topical responses to knight c6, favorited, of course, by Fabiano Caruana, among other top GMs. And I really like this system that's trotted out here by MVL. It's sort of a souped-up Alapin, same kind of concept. Gukesh counterstrikes in the center, as is very typical in this line. We are likely to see e5 and then knight e4. Now, Robert, usually black actually plays c takes d4, so I don't know how the inclusion of these 2 pawns impacts the position.
Well, one impact is that the knight on b1 can't jump out to c3. And we typically teach newer players to maintain the tension rather than release it. And now he does release it, but that knight can at the right moment go to c3. It could also just go out to d2. I'm not actually sure which pawn structure white favors.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think MVL will pause for a second and choose between these 2 moves. Of course, when there is a standoff between these 2 bishops, you have to make sure that the bishop on b5 is protected. I really would quickly want to show for newer players a very valuable tactic to remember. Let's say you play knight bd2. Let's bring up an analysis board. I'll be quick. Knight takes d2. You want to recapture with the knight or the bishop, but not with the queen. Why? Because of knight takes c5. The bishop is hanging, and after bishop d7, actually here, black could even play knight f3 and calmly recapture with the queen with a winning position. So instead, MVL has taken a different road. He's got knight c3. We've gotten a trade. And what do you make of the structure that we now have on the board.
I typically do not like pawns on c3 like this when black can play knight a5 and just get a clamp on that flank, right? That c3 pawn is a long-term weakness, and the square in front of it will be under black's control. So he plays bishop d3. That is a very, very smart move. We have to shout out MVL for understanding that giving full control to the c4 square would be bad. But darn it, he's heading in the direction of the black king.
Absolutely. Black's last moves have made a lot of noise. Yeah, he's done everything by the textbook. He's gotten his knight to c4. Now he's supporting it. But the moment MVL plays h4, you start feeling those jitters up your spine. And that is why MVL has kept his light squared bishop. Is it all that sexy right now? Maybe not. Is it going to have its moment in the sun if white shatters black's kingside? Absolutely.
It's going to be very dangerous because black does not have many kingside defenders. e6 is a big threat. In some positions, you can look out for knight takes h7, and h4 is, of course, on the agenda. So I think for black, you might want to play the move e6, but then your bishop on d7 is just a massive pawn.
Yeah, and it's not like white's in a big hurry. White hasn't sacrificed anything, and e6 could be met with queen g4. I think that Gukesh should take the plunge and play h6. He's probably calculating the ramifications of the move e6, but I don't actually like e6. Black just takes the knight and then recaptures on d7, and white's moves make a lot of noise, Robert, but what does he get in return?
He gets a worse position. The question mark was earned by that move e6, and Gukesh smartly takes on g5, takes on d7. Now, we always talk about how top players love the bishop pair, but in this position, there are weaknesses in white's camp, and you're pointing out a way to exploit that. Rook e8, e5, and that c3 pawn that I didn't like since it landed there is going to be very vulnerable.
And this, Robert, I think is precisely what MVL underestimated. He underestimated it very seriously. I think he thought Gukesh has to play e6, and then white sends that h-pawn up the board with great effect, and that bishop would indeed have had its moment in the sun. He's playing h4 anyway, because at this point there's no other ideas, but Gukesh smartly opens up the center, and that will allow him to accentuate his superior piece activity if he plays this right.
He took the rook. I like bishop takes e5 way more because you put direct pressure on the c3 pawn and had discoveries against that queen on the e-file. But in this position, can black double rooks? That's one of the big questions with rook c to e8. And, well, that could make black feel very coordinated. But what next is my big question.
Exactly. Now, white, what is next for white is another worthwhile question. Well, it's not h5 because it drops the bishop, but you could accumulate slowly with g3 and king g2 and rook h1, and before you know it, you're going to be ready to drop your bishop back and then play h5. As pretty as black's position looks, it's really tilting that this knight doesn't really have further prospect because d2 is defended and e5 is occupied by the rook, which is precisely why I would drop the rook back to e6, open up the bishop, and prepare a potential knight e5 to diffuse white's initiative by trading the knight for that bishop.
Well, you said before you know it, and then it made me think of move b4 for black. At some moment, that can hit white because the rook on a1 is loose down there, and the bishop on g7 stares across the diagonal. So there are going to be tactics in play. I would play rook a to b1 right now because that stops b4 in its tracks as you have two pieces aimed at the square.
Instead, we see bishop f4 asking the rook a polite or not so polite question. The rook can slide over to h5 or move back to e6, but obviously rook e6 runs into the potential h5. So I think MVL playing against black's clock as well. This is a difficult decision to make.
It's not easy when your king is under fire, and we see the rook should probably slide, I would say, back to e6. I don't like my rook offside on h5. He chooses that. The engine doesn't really react, so a credit to Gukesh for playing what looks like a strange move, but it stops white's immediate plan, and that's good enough. So now what from Maxime?
Not so easy to find a move, is it?
No, because c3 is loose. You want to slide your rook from c1 over to e1 and start taking over some important files, but that c3 pawn will be hanging.
And I like your earlier move, rook a b1, because b4 is now a very direct threat. I mean, b4 is going to win the c3 pawn, and that is no laughing matter. And MVL doing a good job taking his foot off the gas pedal, but in a good way, right? Just making a prophylactic move and also applying pressure on b5, which could be very valuable because the queen is now somewhat tied down, and you don't have the move knight e5 any longer.
Right, because the b5 pawn is hanging at the end of that line. So what does black do here? I don't see many obvious moves. b4 out of the equation, as you just mentioned. Knight a3, that feels like a one-move threat because the rook slides up to b3. And then you question, what is my knight doing on the rim?
Man, harder to find a move for black here than it is to find a bottle of sriracha on the shelves. But Gukesh now down to 90 seconds. This is what MVL is so good at. And I don't like that rook on h5. I'm with you, Robert. It looked good when he played it, stopping h5. But that rook is completely out of society, doesn't have a job. And MVL has many moves to kind of slightly improve his position, right? King g2, and maybe at some point rook e1. For black, it's much harder to make those equivalent types of moves.
Another move that comes to mind for white is like bishop f1, rook d1. Just go after that d5 pawn without hanging c3 at any moment. And also you avoid knight e5, which was a big idea. So he plays rook e1.
Ooh.
And so c3 is not hanging.
Bishop takes g6, I think, is the tactical justification. A lateral discovery against the bishop, and we're going to see it executed.
Okay, so bishop g6, bishop e1, bishop takes h5, and white escapes with an even position by material. Okay, but this looks amazing for white.
Ugh. Queen d3, blockading the pawn, hitting g6, and then the rook could move up to e4. Anytime a pawn is pushed, Robert, you immediately have to ask yourself, what squares are now accessible to my pieces? The moment d4 is played, you should be thinking, obviously not in this position, but maybe on the next move, about the move rook to e4. But first things first, put the queen on d3 and immobilize the pawn, because it's harder to shoot at a moving target.
And black's rook will slide to d5 at the right moment. I think you start here with rook f5 to block the queen's diagonal, and then when white plays rook e4, black has rook d5 just in time because the rook is in the queen's path.
And I'm looking for tactics in that position. Sacking the rook, probably not an option. Maybe at some point you could consider the move a2, a4, whole board awareness, right? The knight on c4 is flimsily defended by the... Oh, but he's walked right into a potential fork on the 7th. What a terrible
MVL
move.
Does not need much time to find that. He plays bishop g5. And look at Gukesh. He got wide-eyed there for a second. He's like, uh-oh, here comes trouble. Rook e7, queen takes g6. That's just going to lead to mate.
Here comes trouble, and here comes a 3-point deficit for the Indian youngster. He is reeling after that mouse slip in the first game, and he was playing okay. You don't get the sense that he's tilted, but he's just not competing with MVL in critical moments. He's making too many big mistakes.
And we had the legendary Vishwanathan Anand on commentary in Calcutta. Look what Maxime played in this game, by the way. He played the Caro-Kann. He noted that Maxime has been changing up his openings in recent times. So he was always known as playing the Najdorf, the Grunfeld, the Berlin. You knew Maxime was going to play that no matter who his opponent was, but he's decided to deviate in his more recent years, and I think that's a very good thing for him because it expands his repertoire, makes him harder to predict.
And I really like the response by Gukesh, the fantasy variation. I play it myself with white. I think it's one of the most misunderstood lines against the Caro-Kann. People think it's just some sort of gimmicky coffee house line. In fact, it's a very dangerous setup that is employed regularly by some of the top grandmasters, and it leads to very rich tactical struggle. So it's a great line to guarantee yourself winning chances. MVL responds with one of the most solid possible lines, kind of a French-like structure, creating that pawn triangle and putting the knights as solidly as possible on d7 and e7.
This looks very cramped for black, but at the same time, white will need to do something to open up the position. The bishop on d3, staring at your own pawn. And if you're going to play e5 as white, you have to immediately look out for c5 from black to just chisel at white center. These decisions are not very easy, and that's why the players have taken their time. What do you make of e5 exploding the center?
Box, anybody? Okay, no more box. So we have a trade on d5, and we potentially will get an isolated queen pawn structure, but not quite yet. As Gukesh jumps into b5 with his knight, MVL escapes the center. Obviously, the threat there was a check on d6, but I'm very curious what Gukesh's follow-up is going to be to that move, because you don't want to get caught with your pants down in the center. So typically, white also wants to castle as quickly as possible. But then the question is, well, what is the knight doing on b5? Because it's very susceptible to getting chased away. Instead, Gukesh tries to force an endgame. I don't think MVL is going to accept that queen trade. I think we're going to see his queen parked on b6.
He does that move because the queen trade, that was a bad endgame. And what happened?
Castles, queens. I don't know why I'm so surprised at that choice, but for some reason I thought e4 wins a piece, but it actually doesn't, because white does garner the c4 square for his bishop. We're going to see that on the board.
And Maxime, I mean, he goes right for this. So maybe your shout out was correct that this was very risky for White, but we see Maxime knight f6. Looks like a very reasonable move to my eyes. Was there something more forceful that he missed there, like a queen c6 first?
Exactly. And I think we should briefly pull up an analysis board to show that it's an instructive idea. Queen b6 to c6, hitting both pieces at the same time. White must defend the bishop because otherwise you drop the knight. But if you defend it with queen b4, the follow-up knight to b6, right? The queen has vacated that square. Now the knight moves in. And if you move back to a2, your position starts to crumble. Now the queen is hanging. The other knight can jump into c4. So this would have maximized White's advantage. There's also this beautiful-looking check on h6, and the initiative rages on. But that ship has sailed. Instead, knight f6 is a very reasonable alternative. And this allows Gukesh to drop his knight back to c3 and stabilize his position.
It's one of those moves, knight f6, where people are like, why does that have a question mark? I would play that. And it's a decent move. It's not a blunder, but it did allow White just enough time to regroup. And you see the eval bar, it's going slightly up and up in White's favor. And I think it's because look at White's foundation now. The knight on c3, knight on e2 defend one another. d4 pawn, that can go up the board, d5 to d6. The f-file is open in front of the black king. So watch out for a rook sliding to f1. There could even be exchange sacrifice on f6 if you're really not looking out for it. But it doesn't seem easy to go after the white king, and the black king also looks very safe. So with the kings on the opposite sides of the board, Danya, we know we're going to get a true fight.
We absolutely do. And Gukesh going old school. This is the typical idea, h3 and g4, attacking with his pawns. But he should also consider attacking with his pieces. But he insists on his pawn campaign. MVL drops it back calmly and asks Gukesh, what are you going to do with these pawns? Yeah, g5 looks all pretty, but the knight does have this nice blockading post on d5. And black's rooks, Robert, are now very menacingly aiming at the queen and the other rooks aiming at the king. I'm not so sure that from a practical perspective, this is better for Gukesh any longer. This h3, g4 idea, maybe it was a better idea to attack with pieces.
He's going to attack the e4 pawn with his pieces. So strategically, black is in trouble. But dynamically, black is doing well. So this move, queen c4, it threatens knight d5. And why is that a threat? The knight on c3 needs to cover a2. If that queen gets into a2, you might just find your king checkmate. So I would slide my king to safety with king b1. My follow-up would be rook h1 to e1. How do you actually keep that e4 pawn for black?
Great point, and a great job by Gukesh slowing down and sensing the importance of playing accurately. You're right, the threat is rook e1 and knight takes e4. As pretty as black's pieces look, you have a concrete problem to solve, and you're probably not in time to start advancing your pawns. I mean, my bullet instinct would be to play b7 and b5, but apart from rook e1, white could also consider responding with a direct g5.
G5 is a big threat right now because white doesn't mind swapping off one pair of knights if it means that the e4 pawn, is picked up. But I like b5 because then you're playing b4 very quickly. You see an initiative happen in a moment's notice on the queen side. So I would be scared for Gukesh if black does play b5. What do you think white's response would be?
Yeah, I'm trying to tease out exactly why losing the e4 pawn is such a disaster for black. Like I'm looking at b5, g5, you stick the knight on d5, and okay, forget about the computer evaluation. We always have to consider things practically. Is it scary to play? And the answer is yes. I'm going to put this on the board really quickly. b5, apparently g5 is a mistake, and after knight fd5, again, the evaluation is going to swing. I don't care, because look at this position with your own eyes. It's scary. And I'll tell you something else. It's on the board.
I was going to say that what we're talking about has happened. No, it's all good, done it. We started with the fantasy variation, but this is our reality. And this looks very scary for white because black's king, that's tucked away.
Whoa.
It's got some covers over it. But after b4, if you take knight takes b4, how are you stopping the huge checkmating threats on the queen side?
I just wanted to say chat might have missed that riff, but I didn't. The fantasy reality thing. I missed commentating with you.
Well, we're back for a long day, and we should give a quick mention that after this match ends, the chess does not stop. We do have Magnus Carlsen taking on Vidit Gujarati right after this match, so it's a full day of chess. Danya will have the call for both. It's going to be a fun day, but it might not be so fun for Gukesh if he loses this game and goes down 4-0.
And it's not fun for his king right now as he advances his pawn to b3 and kicks the queen back. Back it goes to c6, x-raying the knight on e4, preparing to meet a takes b4 with the tactical knight takes b4. And even with the knights off the board, this is where the optimal placement of black's rooks really comes in handy.
And the king on b1, it's getting stared at by those rooks. The one piece of good news, I should say, for Gukesh is his clock. He's doing quite decently in this game. In previous ones, he's been down about a minute. Now he was level, but suddenly he's down 5. Make it 10 seconds soon because his king is feeling the intensity of black's pieces.
Yeah, he was level. He was also level on the score 3 games ago, and he will need to level up in this game if he wants to stay afloat in this match. I don't really see an alternative to a takes b4. You got to take the plunge, and knight c5, an excellent move, sticking the knight right in the queen's grill. That knight is supported by the pawn. The queen is supported by the rook, Robert. Otherwise, black would have had queen takes c5. Very thematic, but look at MVL keeping his composure, defending the knight, and the initiative rages on the king side. I would almost take black here in the context of a bullet game.
King b2 looks good, and I agree with you, Danya, that in a bullet game, it looks scary for the white king. But what's black's actual threats? So queen move away from the c-file, rook takes c5 becomes an immediate threat. I'm not going to fall for that. So queen g6 threatens rook takes c5. I would be moving my queen out of the d-file ASAP, and c3 looks like the only square because of the threat on the c2 pawn.
And there's also the devilish threat of rook d8 takes d4, classic deflection with queen takes c2, as you pointed out, leading to immediate checkmate. Queen c3 solves all of those problems, even though, yes, you do walk into another pin, but that pin is far less scary because the knight is safely supported by a pawn. First and foremost, though, Gukesh cannot allow himself to fall asleep and miss either one of these 2 threats.
Yeah, well, rook he1, rook takes d4. Is that possible there?
Oh, rook takes d4. I guess he goes queen e2. Oh my gosh, that's a beautiful, quiet move, and black would not have been able to stop a back rank threat on e8.
That is amazing because
But
I
look
thought
at
that
MVL's move.
he's threatening rook takes d4. So you take on h6, rook takes d4, probably just wins black the game. Not such rook takes c5 was a threat. So he slides his queen out, but after h6 g5 for black, we have material equality. Both sides are essentially up 2 pawns, but on different sides of the board.
H6 was an incredible move. It was actually a double attack. That was the idea. It wasn't just to create luft. It also hit the pawn on g5. And Gukesh doing a great job of prioritizing which threat he has to defend against. And rook e2, great prophylactic move, overprotecting c2 so that the queen is more or less free to roam about the cabin. Although not exactly, because if you move it too far close to the sun, you're still walking into rook takes c5. Don't fall asleep on the rook on d1, which is now undefended.
Super important. And the knight on b4, it's done its job. I would like to reroute it to f4 at the right moment, but that a5 pawn is loose, and he doesn't want to give up a 3rd pawn on the queen side.
And instead, rook e to d2, doubling rooks. This is such a tense position. Gukesh cannot afford to drop another game here. Can he stay afloat? Can he stay afloat on the clock, first and foremost?
He's doing a good job. 15 seconds remain for him. And now his rook on d1, I think it's time to run over to g or a1, depending on where the black queen goes. Go after black's pawn. They're loose.
Great call. And if you're MVL, go after white's king. Throw that pawn up to a4, caution to the wind, open up white's king. And instead, he takes the passive approach and defends g5. Still a4, I think, is on deck. But Gukesh doesn't give black a second chance. Here we go.
I was going to say, watch out for rook takes c5, but the queen on c4 is in perfect position. Actually, something I like white's chances with black's king feeling in more danger.
And the rook was hanging. He moves it up to e3, but walks right into knight d5. Oh! And what's going on here?
Okay, so there must be some threats in the position. a4, can I just chop that?
Knight f4, hitting the queen, but Gukesh staying composed. MVL is making 1-move threats, and white is just pairing all of them. He's now up a pawn, and the knight can go back to c5, and it does.
What about h4? Open.
Rook takes c5.
The king is...
HG. No, he's losing his mind.
Oh, he lost a piece. He lost a piece, and he should lose the game now.
But still, rook c4, you've got practical chances. But now black can just take that pawn. There's no discovery.
MVL does. And another win for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for Gukesh. It started with a potential bang, but he mouse-slipped, and since then, it's been all downhill.
And yet another heartbreaker. That was so exquisitely handled in time pressure until the very last second. Can we bring up an analysis board one more time? I just wanted to show really quickly where exactly the decisive mistake was. It wasn't actually allowing rook takes c5, because in this position, he actually had the calm h takes g5. What's the point? The point is after fg, the rook swings to h3 with a check, unpinning itself, and now you can take on c5. How hard is that to see these lateral moves with seconds on the clock? He did it in the wrong order. Obviously here, the check on the H file no longer yields any concrete results. It's 4-0, ladies and gentlemen.
It's really bad news for all the Gukesh fans, and 64% of the community predicted that Gukesh would win before the match began. But Maxime wanted none of that, and it's a Caro-Kann, but Gukesh is black now. So maybe this will be our opening of the day in this match, is the Caro-Kann, and knight takes e5, knight takes d4 suddenly become available now that there's no longer a pin. And as soon as I say that, Maxime puts a pin back in the knight on c6.
Well, Caro-Kann or not, Caro can't get on the board right now, and he has to get on the board. With every game that he's losing, this match is just slipping further and further away from him, even though we have oodles of time remaining, and that is the greatest solace for Gukesh. But back to the game. You're surprised at the way things are unfolding here.
Well, the rook on a8 is undefended, which allowed Gukesh to play the a6 move and not be a threat. So we see he's our trade on c6, but knight f5 ef. Daniel, I feel like I've seen a game of yours against Gadakomsky in a position just like this.
Oh, yeah. And that was, I think, 2011 U.S. Championship. It was a great learning experience. And you know what I learned? Just because the queens are off the board doesn't mean that the game is guaranteed to end in a draw.
No, certainly not. The d5 pawn is loose. That is an extra pawn for black, but f5 and d5, those are problems. And if you can get rid of the knight on f6, suddenly white crashes through.
And there's a beautiful geometric idea there that involved putting the bishop on d4 and then swinging the knight over to h4. The point, of course, being that g6 would have been impossible, but MVL takes Main Street instead of the freeway, and he chops off the pawn on d5. He takes the straightforward approach, and black is still confronted with very serious problems of king safety and very serious problems of the weaknesses on the king's side.
Black is just much worse. I see even material, but I look at the pawn structure. White has a healthy pawn structure on the queen side, 3 against 2. And black's 4 against 3 on the king side. Well, there's some double pawns. I know you say pawn structure is overrated, but when queens are off the board, we start thinking in terms of endgames. Those double pawns are bad for black.
It's so debilitating when you get a situation like this. Any pawn endgame at all, much like in the Berlin, for example, is going to be likely winning for white, but that's a moot point right now because MVL is most certainly not just trying to blindly trade all the pieces off. He is trying to deliver checkmate. He's going for the endgame attack. That knight is jumping into e6, Robert. And the other benefit of his last move, you can now play f3 and force black's only active piece back to a passive existence.
And you can't play king f7 to run away because rook d7 check will win the b pawn. So he plays bishop e7. And that knight does have the c5 square. So f3, the knight will gallop backwards. Is there a move that you should play before playing the move f3? Like knight b3, just to take away that. And the knight from b3 goes to a5.
What an incredible move. And he plays it just as you announce it. Knight to b3 on the board. I love these multi-purpose moves. Now f3, the knight can go back to d6. Gukesh is collapsing once again.
Oh, goodness. f3, the knight has to go to g5,
and then rook d7.
This is so unpleasant. The bishop is pinned. b7 is falling. This looks game over.
Completely lost. I mean, white is just going to victimize black's queenside pawns, which are left totally unattended because of black's need to supervise and babysit his pieces on the king side. Gukesh is just going to end up losing a bunch of pawns, like b5. White could even play the straightforward knight c5 and go after the a pawn.
And there's a direct variation, if we can bring up the analysis board, that b5, I think white has bishop c5 because in the position with rook to e8, I play rook to e1. And if you try to block the file with knight e6, I swap everything on e7 and play knight d4 at the end.
Amazing calculation, Robert. Look at this, knight d4, and there's no rook c6. That knight dominates that square as well. And guess what? We're very likely to see this on the board. MVL is a calculating machine. I think he's going to start by looking at bishop c5. He's going to see this line, and I think he's going to play it in about 5 seconds from now.
Okay, I'm counting in my head. I won't do it out loud. I'll do you that favor. But bishop c5 looks... And that was a great call by you.
I think that was more like 6 or 7, but I'll take it.
Yeah, can we get the official counter to see if that was in time? Like, this is just over now. It's a free piece for Maxime.
It's a free piece for Maxime. It's another point for Maxime. It's half a century for Maxime. It's mini adoption for Maxime. And Gukesh just resigns. He calculated that line too. He cannot get on his feet in this match.
Wow, 5-0 in Maxime Vachier-Lagrav's favor. He came out with a bang. He did win game 1 by fortune, but that's like how he won in the Tata Steel Rapid, Donna. He was fortunate to win against Vidit down a full rook. He doesn't mind how he gets it done as long as the job is done.
Listen, Gukesh is in grave danger here. He's down 5 points. His biggest consolation, the fact that he now has a break and the fact that he still has over half of the time remaining in the 5+1 portion. But first and foremost, Robert, he needs to improve his level of play. He needs to improve his opening performance, and he has to get on the board now.
He certainly does. It's all Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We are going to head to a halftime break, but when we return, it's more from the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Gukesh. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Danya, we've had an exciting start to this match. It is all Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What in the world can Gukesh do to right the ship?
Man, I'm at a loss for words. I cannot believe we just started commentating. It's already 5-0. And that's what Gukesh has to avoid. You know, the catastrophizing, spinning the narrative in his own mind that this is going to be a blowout. He has to put all of this behind him. And I know it's the biggest cliche in chess commentating history, but you got to take it one game at a time because there's literally no other way that you're going to surmount this 5-point lead.
Well, Maxime is a star student. He has perfect attendance here in the Speed Chess Championship. This is his 8th edition. He has played in every single one.
Wow.
And as you look at his performances, semis, quarters, final. Only round 1. He lost in the opening round in 2021, but made to the semis last year. Whereas for Gukesh, last year was his first. He faced off against Magnus Carlsen, and Gukesh is one of the 2 youngest players in the SEC behind Abdusattorov.
Man, that graphic right there epitomizes just the extent of MVL's experience. And a lot of the players, Robert, in most of the interviews, they talk about the anxiety that players feel when they play these online events. They know thousands of people are watching. You know, they know all of the eyes are on them. The nervousness that you feel before an SCC match is quite different, I think, from the feeling you get before an OTB tournament. You might feel some butterflies in your stomach, but man, when you start these SCC matches, sometimes you don't know where the pieces belong. And MVL harnessing his experience, relying on his experience, and striking with a 5-0 win, 5-0 lead in the first 45 minutes.
Maxime has been on fire. He received a bit of luck. Gukesh slipped in that first game when he had a winning position. His rook went to the wrong square. He dragged it a little bit too far. But Maxime, once he gets that luck, he does not stop winning, just like he did in the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. So now we see this game with Maxime having the black pieces. It's a Sicilian. We should have a fight.
A reprisal of the opening in game 1, but not the opening variation, because first of all, MVL played d6, and then Gukesh playing the check over. At least that's how I've heard it referred to with queen takes d4. That has been a very popular anti-Sicilian sideline, and it transitions the game into kind of a very placid positional territory. You get this kind of Maroczy bind setup, and maybe that's what Gukesh has to do. Get something calm, get something on the positional side so that you can take a deep breath and try to squeeze MVL rather than checkmate him, which has not worked thus far.
Well, going into a positional battle against Maxime sounds good in theory, but then we remember how experienced he is. He was the world number 2 a bunch of years ago, so he just can do it all. And as we always talk about, the players, they're universal in style. And in this particular game, we see that Black has the pair of bishops. I don't think Maxime is upset about the dynamic in this one.
Not at all. He's got kind of a standard position. One could even say an improved version of what you get in an accelerated dragon Maroczy bind variation. And a6 clearly indicates that he wants to advance with b5. He put his head down there as he was calculating the ramifications of this move. An instant response by Gukesh. Of course, he couldn't have taken the pawn because you would have dropped d4. And we're getting a lot of transformations here. Queen b5, anybody?
Queen b5, nice move to throw in there because the rook on c6 is hanging, as is the pawn on b4. But after queen b5, will we see an exchange sacrifice where Black takes the knight on c3, White grabs that rook on c6, and then we get a pass pawn all the way down on b2?
It's a really interesting concept. It has to be carefully examined by both players, but I don't think so. I think MVL is going to protect that rook. And the reason why, if we can put this on the analysis board, first of all, very instructive idea. BC, queen takes c6, cb, rook b1, and maybe this does deserve attention, practically speaking, because the b2 pawn is very hard to win back. But we need to go back to the live board because Gukesh did not play queen b5. Instead, he played knight d5, allowing the trade, and queen a5. Looks like Black has more than solved all of his problems.
And he just grabs a pawn. He says, why not? But there is an issue. If you play bishop c3 here, then White might have this a3 pawn push to dislodge the bishop. But if you play bishop a3 to stop that exact push, then you've left your king out in the open, and those dark squares are going to be a problem.
Great point. It would be very in MVL style to say, you know what, forget the pawn. I want to bring my bishop back to f6 or g7 and then deploy my queen to a5. That is quite a drawish position, especially if the queens go off the board. But I have a hard time imagining that black can possibly be worse because white's got this long-term weakness on d5. And if black can get this rook involved as well, at that point, I think black's position will be preferable.
And here we see it. Queen a5, queen b3. Looks like the move that should be played here. It keeps d5 defended. It protects the rook on b4 and the pawn on a2 all at once. It also helps escort the a-pawn up the board with a4 next. And done it. a4, bishop b6, a5. Suddenly we might be talking about a passed pawn that's running up the board.
No, you're totally right. I've sung the praises of black's position from a piece activity standpoint. From a pawn perspective, white holds all of the assets on the queen side, and I would consider playing a4 here. MVL's last move, h5, so accurate. Robert, it's such an easy move to gloss over. He's just playing a random GM move. No, this move has a clear idea, and that is to open up an escape square for his king so that in the event that white tries to orchestrate threats against the king, they will just glance off like a rubber bullet.
And there could have been h4 for black, which is why Gukesh plays g3. He wants to push through those pawns, not have his pawns stopped in their initial track. So I like that move g3 a lot. What is the follow-up here for Maxime? Rook c8 looks very natural to me. But is there an argument to be made for rook b8 after rook c8? It's a moot point now, but trading off those rooks, does that help white, who has an outside pass pawn?
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say crucial to understanding this position is the question who benefits in the event of a rook trade and who benefits in the event of a queen trade. Right now, both points are moot because rook b8 no longer works. Black takes on b8 and then queen takes b8 is no longer a check. So black can choose his pick between the two pawns. Queen a4, similarly impossible because you drop d5. That's ultimately why I would play a4 and try to keep the queen stationed on b3 so that it can supervise all of these weak points in white's position.
And black wants to play rook c8 and keep the rooks on the board, bring the rook down to c3, just go after white's setup, which looks very solid at this stage. So Maxime, he's making it clear that he wants to get aggressive, and Gukesh, who's doing well on the clock in this one, he needs to get that a-pawn rolling.
Yeah, this rook c3 idea is so unpleasant because it hits the queen. It separates the coordination of white's pieces, and Gukesh taking the bull by the horns here with bishop b6. And I think he does want to shove this pawn through to a5 where it's going to be safely defended. But Robert, rook c8, rook c1, queen f1. I mean, that comes really fast. They're great.
That's why the bishop was so important on e3, is it covered the c1 square. But queen c4, a queen trade I think would be a disaster for black at this stage, with a4, a5 happening so quickly that I think Maxime is much more likely to move his queen away. a3 looks like a great square, but queen b3 back, there's queen c1, so black can keep the piece on the board. Yeah, that queen is such a cagey, sneaky piece, operating on the fringes of society, but still very, very effective. Queen a3, blockading the pawn, aiming at c1, aiming at f3 potentially. So white can't just randomly try to attack the queen. That queen has way too many escape squares. And I mean, maybe bishop d4, just get the bishops off the board and start playing for a bailout, because it almost feels like black is on the cusp of taking over the initiative in a big way. And rook a8 here is going to pick up the a2 pawn. And this is really bad for Gukesh, because rook a8, if you swap queens in a3, as you're noting, the a2 pawn is loose. And trading off the bishops doesn't ensure a draw. Some positions where there are 5 pawns versus 4 pawns on the same flank, that could be a draw. But that isolated pawn that you're highlighting on d5, such an eyesore. And such a great example of concrete considerations transcending general principles. Yeah, in general, a queen trade is a disaster. But obviously, if you calculate specifically, you realize that white cannot support the a-pawn at the end of the line. But MVL taking over 30 seconds now. Will he find the move rook a8, or will he opt for the more intuitive queen c1? Big miss there for MVL, but still a very unpleasant position for white. And Maxime just did what all Blitz players should do, is he knew he wanted to play queen c1, but he wasn't entirely sure what his follow-up would be. So he did that 1-2 punch. Very rapid succession here. But this is getting bad for Maxime. That outside pass pawn is worth its weight in gold, and that could become a queen. Absolutely, and it moves 2 steps closer to becoming a queen with a2, a4. And look at how nicely Gukesh's pieces are suddenly coordinated. The problem for MVL is that white holds a monopoly over the 2 open files. These 2 open files, one could even say 3 open files, are the access that black has to the first rank. If you can't access any of those squares with the rook, then where's your counterplay? Because this queen alone is not going to create sufficient play against white's king to prevent Gukesh from advancing his campaign on the queen's side. And queen a5 goes after the d5 pawn, and the a4 pawn is played. But rook b4 shuts the door on that queen, and queen b5 is your highlighting, and as Gukesh just played. That's such a beautiful try, and it's going to ensure that he has all of the chances in this endgame, especially because he's up more than a minute on the clock.
I don't want to overstate the case, but he absolutely has to win this game. It is pivotal for his chances in the match to convert this chance that he's got. And he's doing an amazing job of it so far. He's got 2 minutes on the clock and another accurate move. MVL pushed to the fringes, and now simply a5. Black's got nothing going because h4 can always be met with g4. You pointed this out many moons ago. It's still just as important as it was then. Push.
And Maxim's queen on h8. It's doing nothing. a6. a7. Just don't allow the white kingside to open up. But queen h7. Keep that rook on c4 because otherwise queen e4 check will be a problem.
A7 should win the game. Queen d3 makes a lot of noise, but doesn't do all that much after queen c6. I think white's going to emerge up a rook if he plays this carefully. Don't allow some crazy perpetual with, I don't know, g4, queen f3. But it really helps that the bishop is defending the f2 pawn. That may seem inconsequential, Robert, but it ensures that white can always tuck the king away on h2 without having to worry about the black queen capturing on f2 with a perpetual.
It takes away so many of those drawing mechanisms, and the rook on c4 is coming in clutch because g4 is hard to make work when that rook slices across the fourth rank. So Maxime, he is in big trouble here as the white rook gets behind the passer. Queen on f5 now wants g4 to work, but that also gives white the f4 square for the rook.
And this is the last hurrah for MVL, trying to generate counterplay. That queen, what has it not done? It's got around the world a million times, but it's got nothing to show for it. a7, g4. I would start with hg to soften up that g-pawn, but you've got to make maybe one or two more accurate moves if you're Gukesh. And the problem with the trade on g4 is that the rook could suddenly swing over to h8, and so white's king actually becomes a little bit less safe.
That safe spot on h2 is not available. He does take on g4, so what is his follow-up here? Queen f3 check. It would force a draw on the spot, right?
I think it would, because king g1 runs into queen d1, eyeing the rook on a4 as well. If you play rook f4 here, then the queen moves up to h5, and suddenly storm clouds start to gather around black's king. Gukesh, queen e2 and queen e4. What does he want here?
Queen e4 looks very good, but after king g1, there's not a single check. He'll pick up g4 with check on the other hand, but no, he does trade queens thinking that the endgame is winning. Danya, is it?
It is, but I think it's a lot more double-sided than it was just a couple of moves ago. I think MVL should trade. He has no choice. Put the bishop on e5 and start running your king over to the other side of the board. Of course, white's idea is to put a rook on b8, but that's much easier said than done, and MVL doing a great job of maximizing his defensive chances here. This is far from over.
And black can play d5 at some moment, covering that b8 square with the bishop.
Exactly.
So where does white's rook land on the 8th rank to push that pawn free? I don't see it. And then black may be able to set up a blockade.
And look at the clock situation. It's now essentially equal. Gukesh has only 15 seconds, and he's the one who has to do the difficult calculation. He's the one who actually has to find the winning procedure, and I don't see it. I mean, this does not look like a +3 kind of position for me.
No, I don't see it either. Bishop can come back to d4 with check. The rook goes to b7. And maybe black is sort of frozen, so white would play king f3 and slowly make progress. But that black king gets into e4 first.
And it does, and the bishop has to move. It should move up to b6. Don't move it back because of d4, but he's got bishop e5. And can MVL just take it? f6?
Wow.
Black might win this.
Yeah, fe, that d-pawn runs fast with the king support.
And Gukesh has to bail out now. Gukesh is the one who has to force a draw. And MVL with another incredible save. And what a blow, I meant to say. Another blow for Gukesh, who fails to convert on a golden platter. He did everything but the finish.
And when he gets into time trouble, that's where the mistakes are occurring. So Maxime, he survives that game. He still leads by 5 points. It's 5.5 to half. How can Gukesh win when Maxime is putting up this level of resistance?
Man, I mean, the silver lining is that he is on the board. He's gotten that first half point. But man, oh man, once those queens were traded, Robert, I think we both felt it. It was still a winning endgame objectively, but with 15 seconds on the clock, it was so difficult to find a way past black's blockade. MVL is just a monster thus far in this match.
He really is, and he keeps bringing his knight out to b5. He's having fun with these variations. It forced black to commit to this pawn structure, d6 and e5, and that should allow white to control the d5 square in particular, leaving d6 as a backwards pawn.
I'm getting Sveshnikov vibes, but this is definitely not a Sveshnikov. It's a slightly different structure. As the knight, what hasn't it done as early as move 10? It's now on d5. The threat is bishop b6, and I think black is essentially forced to play bishop takes d5, but that looks a little bit unpleasant. White's got the bishop there. White's got the classic c4. I think white's a smidge better here.
Yeah, the black knight should go out to f5, and at some point you would like to play g6 and take over these dark squares on the white king side, but there is a queen a4 check that you always need to keep an eye on. Donna, those questions, not easy to answer, is if the queens come off the board after queen a4, queen d7, who does that favor?
That's a great question, an important one to ask. But before asking it, MVL deploys his bishop to d3. And he's got another question he has to consider. Is bishop takes f5 in his favor? And the short answer seems to be yes, but he does give away the g file. And maybe black should try to harness that in order to generate play against the king side. Instead, he's castled.
That invites g4 at some moment, just blowing open that side of the board. But maybe he's not so concerned about that. But look at MVL, queen d3, going right after the pawn. He can't castle queenside, which is the annoying thing. The bishop on h6 cut the c1 square off from the white king. So Donna, now that I've seen the position as it is, I don't think this is bad for black.
No, I think practically black has very clear pathways toward increasing the pressure on g2, but white has clear pathways toward increasing the queenside pressure with b4 and c5, kind of King's Indian style. And if white can get those moves in, things kind of start to crumble in the center. So Gukesh has to act very fast, and he is, but MVL kind of curling up into a ball. And if he can keep g2 protected, it is going to be hard for black to follow up on the attack. Maybe knight h5 should be considered. Now definitely knight h5.
Yeah, the knight h5, knight f4, and if you have to play g3 to stop the knight coming to f4, that looks horrible as your bishop is stuck on h4, but he goes for it. The engine seems to favor black, but doesn't totally hate white's position.
Yeah, but you could lose this in two moves, right? You could blunder some sort of knight takes g3. Rook takes g3 is already a threat. Rook g3, hg, knight g3 is a devastating threat. And I don't see a clear way to defend against it because rook g2 runs into knight f4. And so does rook g1.
So there's a knight fork on tap in addition to sacrificing on g3. I'm not seeing a move here. So why does the eval bar still have white in it? Maybe you move the rook to d2 or to f2 or something like that just to avoid these sacrifices on g3.
Well, the point of rook d2 or rook f2 is to create contact between white's queen and the rook on f1. This is a very advanced defensive idea. We'll wait for MVL to make his move. I think he might find it by process of elimination because there is literally no other way to defend against rook takes g3.
But even after rook f2, there isn't a need for black to sacrifice on g3. You can just build the pressure. The queen on d7 is better on e7, and then f6, and then going over to h6 to help deliver a checkmate against the white king.
The queen could go over to h6. Even the rook from g5 could swing back to h6. And look at how beautifully the rooks would be positioned on the H file, on the G file. You know, this might be overstating the case, Robert, but practically I think white is borderline lost here.
I don't think it's overstating it because if we could get an expected win percentage of this position, black wins this such a healthy percentage of the time. And look at Maxime. He's struggling to find an individual move here. After rook ef2, let's say if that's his move, and black plays either rook g6 or queen e7, seems like it doesn't get any easier. Gukesh played it instantly.
And I think he senses the moment, but MVL defending with filigree precision. Knight e2 was the only move here, and he reinforces the pawn on g3. And as long as he can keep that pawn protected, I think he's stable. He can also try to push f4 and force a bunch of trades on the king side. I think MVL is not done with this game just yet.
f4 is a huge move because strategically, if we think if the queens are off the board, black's pretty much lost with those double f pawns if white can strike with f4. So that's a big opportunity for white. Can black play f4 first? That move looks quite double-edged. I'm not sure if white takes it or plays g4, but I'm liking the dynamics in this game.
I think black has to try f4 because allowing f4, as you said, is a potential disaster. The line that I think Gukesh has to stay away from, if we could pull up an analysis board, you want to go queen f6, but you're walking into f4. And after ef4, knight f4, Robert, there is the tempting knight takes g3. But look at this. Takes, drop it back. Very instructive moment for newer players who might be very worried about a check on h4, but simply rook h2. You always have to look concretely. You cannot trust appearances, and the appearances seem to indicate that black is winning. The reality is that it's white who is winning by swinging the rook to h2, and that is the reason why I think Gukesh has to play f4 himself and beat white to the punch, and he doesn't.
Brings his knight back to f6. Maybe he wants f4, e4, just to keep the center of the board closed. That rook on g5 can slide to h5, and black gets access to the g4 square for his knight. So we are seeing this, in fact, the black king on h8. I think that's going to be the one problematic piece. Done. If that king were on b8, black's probably just winning.
Absolutely, and a great call by you. I think e4 is going to happen. Of course, through clenched teeth, it's going to happen because white's knight now has this beautiful outpost on d4, hitting f5. MVL has to decide where to put his queen. He pins the knight, and I think he's following up, maybe by trying to get the knight all the way around to e3, which I think is the optimal blockading post.
It covers that g4 push. Is black going to play king g7, king f8? I don't know if there's time for that, but that king really needs to be on the queen side for black to have huge attacking chances.
Absolutely. I mean, that king right now is stumbling under black's own feet. It's not allowing black to operate in as free of a fashion as he would like. And now MVL is the one, I think, playing for an advantage. Look at how deftly he's maneuvering both his only remaining minor piece, but also beautifully using his rooks and positioning them to maximally disarm all of black's remaining ideas on the king side. And now Gukesh still trying, but MVL could also slide his king over to g1 just to make sure that there's no freak tactics down the h-file.
What's the threat? If you give black a free turn, what is black going to do?
I think queen f6 would be my next move. Okay, not anymore.
What was that down here? You were going to play queen f6? Let's trade. But I see your point that the queen would slide over to g6 and h6 and
E3.
cause some problems. Oh, you want queen e4 and rook takes h2.
Let's go. That's partially, yeah, I totally saw that when I was proposing king g1, Robert, of course.
You're sliding out of a potential pin. That's how much of a prophet you really are.
Well, sliding out of a pin, sliding into a check on f2. Instead, Gukesh keeps the tension with king g8. He had a perpetual check, but when you're down 5 points in the match, you're not looking for perpetual here. You want to win, but I think MVL can just continue playing slowly with something like b4.
But at least Gukesh is doing his best impression of Maxime. He's playing quickly, making good moves quickly, rather than the perfect moves slowly. So right here, you want to play rook g6 and rook h6. And done it. How is actually white going to deal with these huge threats down that line?
I'm asking myself the same question, and I actually think the idea might be to meet fire with fire. And it might be black's king that gets checkmated down the back rank. This queen on d4 is covering the escape square on g7. So I think after rook g6, c5, rook h6, you actually can take on d6. Oh my gosh. And we might have to pull up an analysis board here, but I think we should wait for Gukesh's response here.
I love the look of rook g6, rook h6. I see what you're saying, that c5, cd looks scary for the black king. But for Gukesh, it's not late enough in the match to say a draw is equivalent to a loss, but he needs to get on the scoreboard with a victory. And I think that bringing your rook forward like that, it is likely to secure him a huge attack.
And there's a crucial detail. Let's make the moves really quickly while he's thinking. Rook g6, c5, rook h6, cd. The queen can just drop back to d8 apparently. It's a calm move, and it's a move that keeps all of the attacking chances alive. This is the only move which preserves a decisive attack for black, and that is why, after rook g6, MVL has decided to move his king over to g1, and I think it's a reasonable move. He wants to meet rook h6 with c5, and by switching the move order, he would have enabled his idea to work.
Wow, that is very interesting. Also, white can play h4 at some point after rook to h6. A rook sacrifice may still lead to checkmate for black on the h4 square, but Gukesh is trying to distract white's forces. Please take me on b6. Get your queen away to the queen side, away from your own king. But b4, both sides, they're playing nervy chess right now.
Rook h3, speaking of nervy chess.
What is happening here? c5? So b takes, b takes. If d takes, queen takes, I guess. Oh, no, it's just the rook.
Took with the rook. Queen b7, great move, defending c8, attacking b1, stabilizing the situation. 20 seconds for Gukesh. Will the time be the decisive factor here?
I love that move, queen b7. It's a dual-purpose move, both defending and attacking. And is queen b1 a threat, or does white have rook c1 in return?
Yeah, white has rook c1, but it's hard for MVL to find a productive move. Maybe you push d6, but it feels like opening up the long diagonal is almost suicidal, although I can't put my finger on exactly why that is.
Oh, I thought queen
Knight
g2 would lead to
h2.
mate, but free pawn?
Oh, rook h2, rook g3.
That's
a mating
unbelievable.
attack.
And that knight was overloaded defending the c1 square.
And he's gone rook e6. Crazy position. Apparently, rook c7 saves the game. But he goes queen c3, threatening rook c8.
So what is your rook e8? I see that's one way to stop the back rank. 10 seconds for Gukesh. He needs to make a move.
You have to play rook e8. Calm, retreating move to defend the c8 square. 2 seconds. 1 second. Does Gukesh see a move? He's given the check. Rook e1.
Oh, he barely got that move of queen takes knight f3.
Oh, wait, 1 second.
1 seconds.
And
he's finding all the best moves.
And he's hunting White's king down. He's winning everything. And he's going to win the game.
That is unbelievable. 0.7.
Oh, no, he's going to
fall.
time. Rook f3 and the game is over.
I'm speechless, Danya.
And I jinxed him. That was totally my bad. I said the game was over. I thought MVL would resign. How on earth did he flag him in that position?
It's one of those situations, Danya, where as Maxime, you know you're completely lost, so you want to play the least expected move. And so he ran his king out into the center. It was completely winning for Gukesh, but he just wasn't quick enough in the duress of time trouble.
I hate to be that guy, but this is where experience, the lack of experience really, really hurts you, right? When you don't play bullet regularly, you just, that extra half a second, that 0.3 seconds that experienced players make up, that's all the difference in these wild positions. It's heartbreaker after heartbreaker, and Gukesh has to find it in himself to keep on fighting because we've got a lot of chess yet to be played in this match.
So much. It's not great news for Maxime, who was hoping that he could secure an early match victory. But Donna, when you're down by 6 full points like this, as Gukesh is here in the match, how do you motivate yourself? Because you feel like, okay, it's not going my way, and I still have hours of chess left. That may feel, like hope is there. You might feel optimistic, but also might feel terrible that things are not going your way, and it's going to keep happening.
Well, I think, first of all, you have to get the word comeback out of your mind because you're too far away from your opponent to be actively thinking about how to tie the match. Right now, you have to break up your task into many steps. First and foremost, can you keep this within 5 points in the 5-minute portion, right? There's 16 minutes left. Set yourself a modest goal. I want to win 1 game. I want to make up 1 point. Then in the 3-minute portion, I want to make up another 2 points, right? You got to break it down into manageable chunks, but all of that, Robert, actually hinges on winning games, and that's what he's been lacking, that secret ingredient.
He's had great positions, but even when he gets winning advantages, he is not able to convert. And there is some credit due to Maxime, but there's also just misfortune, those unforced errors, as you see in tennis matches, losing on time just there. And in the first game of the match, where he mouse slept his rook to e8 rather than f8, those are moments you cannot afford against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That's absolutely right. And, this is no knock on Gukesh. He's had moments of brilliance in this match. He's a brilliant player. And in the previous game, the way that he handled his forces on the king side and ultimately cashed in with a beautiful tactic, a series of beautiful tactics, all he had to do was make any move in that final position. But that lack of bullet experience, it cost him. And he's paid a pawn. That's the price that he's paid for the initiative in this game. What does he have to show for it? What's going on here?
He's given up a pawn, and he paused and goes rook e4.
Whoa.
So he wants to take this knight on d4 twice, but black does have the bishop pair. So if black can safely castle, then you just claim the open board, the bishop pair. Even if you get a pawn back, it's going to be good for black.
There are some crazy lines here. Now, it should be pointed out that after the trade on f3, black's queen is literally trapped. It's some beautiful geometry with the white knight covering its only escape square. And I was going to point out f5.
What?
Knight d2? What's the move here for white?
Great. No, knight d2 is excellent because queen h5 check is going to hurt. That black queen will have both b4 and d3. Those are 2 available squares. He goes up the board instead of back. And I guess the reason why this isn't quite as effective is white has to spend a move on rook takes e5, and black doesn't have to move the queen away.
And what does black use this tempo to do? Well, I think the only thing to do is deploy the bishop to d7, try to marshal your forces on the king side and disarm white's initiative. It's very clear that white is the only one playing for the initiative here, but the game is far from over. It's still a very, very messy position.
Maxime completely missed it, though. You saw the look on his face after queen h5 check. He was like, oh, didn't see that coming. Now my king is in grave danger. And Dana, this is a tough decision. King d8 or king f8? I think king f8 does make more sense because, as you're mentioning, bishop d7, rook e8. But it takes a while to figure that out.
It did, and I think he figured it out and resolved the problem correctly. And now it's up to Gukesh to find a way to keep the fire of the initiative burning. And to do that, Robert, you have to complete your development. You cannot play without your rook, without your bishop. And that's exactly what he does. Bishop e3, exerting pressure on the knight and preparing to deploy his other rook to e1 or maybe even to d1.
And e6
or to
is
c1.
loose. All of those are good options. So bishop takes d4 followed by d takes e6 is a huge threat. Rook e8 looks like a very natural reply. And he instead plays bishop e8. So he goes after the white queen. Can that queen... And there it goes, back to h3. I was wondering, what happens once you slink back? Isn't e6 and f5? Those are huge issues.
Black's position is on the verge of collapse. D takes e6 is a huge threat. I mean, a move like g6 is probably worse than the disease. He plays e takes d5, but man, after knight takes d5, that's got to be completely winning for Gukesh.
Sure, and he goes for it, and bishop takes d4 next. f5 is hanging. Isn't knight b6 a fork for good measure?
It absolutely is, and it's on the board.
You saw Maxime, he shook his head. He did not see that fork either. He's been missing a lot in this game, and that should give Gukesh some confidence. You said 5-point deficit. Done it. If he wins this game, he'll get at least one more going. If he can win 2 games in a row, suddenly he will start to believe in his chances.
That's the great thing about the SCC, right? Even quote-unquote blowouts are never really blowouts because of the sheer volume of games that you play and how quickly the momentum can turn. You never know. All it could take for Gukesh is one victory like this, one crushing game. And of course, he still has to complete the circle here, but knight takes a8, I think, will lead to prompt resignation. Knight e2 and queen takes b2, though. That is the final enemy at white's door. How does Gukesh resolve the fork against his own 2 rooks?
Really good call by you because it just looks so easy. And something that Maxime and I talked about is he knows better than to resign. He is so experienced that he'll waste match clock. It's still early, so it's hard to think, oh, well, you're wasting important time just yet. But Maxime knows this format very well, so he understands that there will always be chances in each game, especially as Gukesh is down under 2 minutes, Daniel. We have not seen the best from him when he is in time trouble.
No, and this is a very difficult problem to resolve all of a sudden. I'm going to put this on the board here. Knight takes a8, knight e2 check, and king h1 relinquishes the entire advantage because after queen takes b2, white could even take on c5 with check, and still there is no way to save both of your rooks. So instead, white has to find the fearless, the intrepid king f1, and now queen takes f5. Is this elementary? Absolutely not. Queen takes a1, king takes e2, and finally, Black's initiative fizzles away, and Gukesh didn't see it. He's played bishop takes d4, and that has given Black a new lease on life, even if white is still much, much better.
And he went rook takes f5 and earned a question mark. So
Queen takes
Gukesh's
b2.
advantage is gone. The a1 rook being loose has been a problem for him. And look at Maxime rook d8. Apparently that's losing because of queen f3 and you win f7.
You win f7 with check. There's more forks galore, but at that point, I think white can just give away the knight and go directly after Black's king. Well, you should definitely start by taking the bishop with check. That's without question. Then I think the calm rook e1 sets up a beautiful tactic with rook takes g7 and rook e7.
And that's going to happen. Look, Maxime grabs the knight on b6, but rook g7 check, rook e7, queen f7. It's all mate, and Gukesh is finding it.
And let's see if MVL allows him to carry the mate out on the board. No, he will resign in this position. And that is Gukesh's first victory. And for Gukesh fans, they hope that it is not his last victory in the 5+1 portion.
That was not flawless. That's clear. There were some mistakes from Gukesh. But the way he handled himself, he sacrificed a pawn for the initiative. Maxime left his king in the center, and then it all fell apart. So I think Gukesh played with the correct style in that game. He needs to keep that up.
And he's got the black pieces here, and yet another souped-up Sicilian. Now it's MVL's turn to play an anti-Sicilian as he pushes the c-pawn before he pushed the d. In fact, he pushed the b-pawn before the c-pawn and the c-pawn before the d-pawn. and the e-pawn before either of those pawns.
And he's not going to push the d pawn to d4 because that opens up the center and white's king will be a bit uncomfortable. So g3, he's keeping this so close, Danya. I don't love these positions from the white side, even though I used to play them. I always felt like I struggled to maintain the position as I didn't see a clear plan.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of struggle with both colors in a position like this. From Black's perspective, you never know exactly how to arrange your pawns because you sometimes see players going e5 here, even though you play d6, but because the position is closed, the value of one particular tempo is not quite as high. Instead, Gukesh keeps the Sicilian spirit of the position. But, of course, now I think d4 is a much more palatable possibility than it was on the previous move because Black's bishop is unable to get to b4 with check.
You called it, partner. Maxime plays it. There is no bishop b4 check. That's really, really important here. And now we have a Maroczy bind structure. So what Maxime is going to play is bishop g2, castle kingside, bring his rooks into the center, maybe one rook on d1, and then the second rook can go on either e or c1, depending on how you want to play this. But Black does not have pawn breaks. That is what the bind is. There's no b5, there's no d5. I think these positions are very difficult for Black in blitz chess, and Gukesh is now down over a half minute on the clock.
And it feels like Gukesh has to find some way to exploit the temporary lack of white's kingside development. He has to play aggressively, and that's exactly what he's doing. b7, b5, striking away at the queenside. C takes b5, runs into a potential check on c1, although that is still not the end of the story. That has to be calculated, but I don't see MVL chancing that line. Maybe a calm move like knight d2 to reinforce the pawn is what the doctor ordered.
I like knight d2 a lot, and you have a queenside majority for white, especially to bc4, and maybe queen takes c4. And I've seen some nice wins by players like Jordan van Forest on the white side of these positions, where you just force the queens off, go to an endgame, and say, my outside pass pawn potential is there.
And MVL ignoring everything with bishop g2. Now he goes knight d2. I'm surprised that Gukesh didn't seize the opportunity to play e5 with tempo and then play b takes c4. He's taking on c4 one move too late, Robert. That allows the knight to jump into the action, and white completely preserves the integrity of his pawn structure. Moreover, after the rook lands on c1, there will be major trouble with Black's queen becoming ultra vulnerable.
And there's no rook c8 for Black because knight on c4 lands on b6 to kick the rook off the c file, and so after white castles, you'll get rook c1. This feels like a clear advantage for Maxime. Black's king is stuck in the center, and he plays d5 with his king caught in the middle. He wants bishop b4 check.
Unfortunately, I think this is a paper tiger because, yes, bishop b4 gives you that rush of dopamine, forcing the king to f1. But then what? If you recapture on d5, you're going to drop the g7 pawn at the end of the line. And that's a huge pawn, which costs Black his entire pawn structure. Yeah, this is all pawns and no hope.
Or no pawns and no hope. That's what that's looking like.
Exactly.
You just drop one on g7, and look at that bishop sliding back to e5. Normally, you don't like opening files in front of your king, but the g3 pawn just completely blunts the rook on g8, and as you're pointing out, moves like rook d1 to increase pressure in the center. The knight on d5 can't move. Knight e3 check doesn't work for two different reasons. Both the knight could have captured back and the pawn.
And unfortunately, Black's tactical supply is running dry here because knight e3 is never a threat. Look at the placement of white's knight. It can always recapture on e3, simultaneously defending the bishop on g2. But MVL, prophylactic professional play. King g1, he could then play h4 and tuck the king away on h2, the safest square on the entire chessboard. And then he can direct his vengeance at the king's vis-a-vis, which is stuck on an ultra-vulnerable square on e7.
And he can play knight e3 himself if he so chooses at the right moment. So the king on g1, very smart. He goes up with his queen to h5. That king on e7, done, is in harm's way. Queen h4 check is going to hurt.
Its days might be numbered, and the most depressing thing about this position is that Black is down a pawn, right? You don't even have anything to suffer for.
What does Yasser always say? If you're
I was literally going to say that.
Yeah, at least you do so on a full stomach. But no, I think that Korchnoi would walk through the Gobi Desert barefoot to get this position from the white side.
Was it the Gobi Desert or was it the Sahara Desert? I remember we were driving through the Sahara Desert on our way to Lone Pine together with Jeremy Silman and Tigran Petrosian, whom we picked up in San Francisco International Airport.
I always love to inject some Yasser into our
Absolutely.
commentary. Shout out to Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan,
Absolutely.
the absolute legend of the chess world. But this position, I don't think there's any storytelling that can save the day for Black. Now it's 2 pawns advantage for White, and down to that king on e8. It's not running anywhere.
I have one story to tell you, Robert, and it's not a Yasser story. It's a story about what Black could have done in this position. If we could bring up an analysis board really quickly. There was a beautiful, beautiful move, knight f6, which was missed by both players. You're threatening mate on g2, and after bishop takes queen, Black gets quite a bit of material in return for that queen. There's a rook, there's a minor piece, there's a pawn, and there's a rook. I think this would have afforded Black more practical chances than what we have in the game. Now, after knight e3, White is still winning because the knight on f6 is under very serious fire. But imagine uncorking a move like knight f6. Instead, Gukesh simply resigns the game. There's nothing left to play for. Another big blow, and it's back to a 6-point game, Robert.
Unfortunate news for Gukesh, but I like what you're pointing out there because you need to find ideas like that. Even if it still remains losing, that's how your opponents make mistake when they're shocked, when the game continues and they have to keep proving that they can keep that advantage. Advantages often slip in speed chess, and right now, after the advantage slipped from 6 to 5, it's gone back up to 6. Maxime wants to balloon it to 7. Danya, these games have been very nicely played from Maxime.
Yeah, that last game was just beautiful. And once he got his pawn up to d4 and got that Maroczy bind structure, he never looked back. And it was an admirable attempt by Gukesh to muddy the waters, but it was too little. It was a day late and $1 short. And now we have a reprisal of one of the more successful lines that Gukesh chose a couple of games ago, even though the win ended up slipping from his grasp. He once again gets this Maroczy bind structure. Black gets the bishop pair. So both sides are kind of happy. Let's see if Gukesh can outplay MVL in this structure once more.
And knight d4 earning a question mark is always surprising to me. It looks like an extremely natural move. And Black just castled. So White does not have an advantage here. It is an equal position. It's a level game. But what are the plans? I love that bishop on g7 for Black. I would like to slide my queen up to a5, bring my rooks towards the queen side, and White has no attack that I can see over on the king side.
Man, and that knight on d4, it's like a middle schooler at a dance. It's just kind of stuck in no man's land. It's trying to fit in, but it can't. It's under fire from the Black bishop. If you take on c6, then you allow Black to improve his pawn structure with bc and open the b file, or even take back with the knight. So Gukesh kind of spinning his wheels here, and I'm curious how he's going to deploy his other pieces. Maybe something like bishop b3 to reinforce the knight, and then b3. But MVL could carry out the idea as in the previous game with a6 and b5. That's kind of the stock idea in such positions.
Hopefully it's also the stock fish idea, because if you play a6 and b5, you can't take... Thank you, my friend. You can't take those pawn moves back. So you have to be careful. We have seen some dark square issues. That b6 square becomes white for the taking if you play a6. And if you play b5 after that, you may even drop a pawn in some of these positions. So the bishop drops back to d7, and only then does he play a6. I like the way Maxime is handling this. And the question is f5. Is that what's coming from Black?
F5 is a very standard idea in accelerated dragon positions. I think he's preparing it with e6, and Gukesh says, I'm playing in the center. He brings his rook to d1, beautifully placed pieces now for White. I think MVL has to try f5, because at this point, b5, it simply drops a pawn. You have nothing to show for it. Instead, I think he's going for the more passive defensive approach with bishop b8, but there's no question that Gukesh now has firmly the upper hand in this position.
But also a question is, what is White striving for? You're gaining space, but then what? You have to attack something concretely, and Black has this bishop pair. You need to watch out if you're White for a b5 or a d5, and the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. That's why the Maroczy bind is so pleasant for White, is there's no d5 pawn break, and there's certainly no b5 when a bishop is sitting on b6.
But your earlier point is well taken. With a space advantage comes great responsibility. And in the context of a blitz game, these positions can be very infuriating to play because, yes, White actually has to break through. A space advantage is not going to win you the game. In order to break through, you have to seek confrontation, whether it's, playing a move like f2, f4, or c4, c5. So you actually eventually have to choose a pawn breakthrough, and that bears a lot of risk because Black does have the bishop pair. That bishop on e8 is not going to be asleep forever.
And G5 just
Whoa.
played by Maxime. There's no attack. He's not going for checkmate. But is he going to play F6 and get his bishop out from E8, develop it on that diagonal, maybe to G6, or if he plays H4 out to H5?
And he's also trying to discourage White from playing F2, F4. Now, he might play it anyway, but at the very least, you stir up some tactical complications on the king side. And F4 is a very committal move because you're also allowing Black the E5 square, which can be used maybe as an outpost for the knight. Still, my instinct was that Gukesh goes the other way with knight to D4. Very positional.
Yeah, this move offers a trade of knights, and the white bishop can go back to d4 eventually. You want to start trading off those pieces in front of the black king. But if I'm MVL, and I'm not, but I was about to make the move that he did, knight e5, keeping piece on the board, and g4, as you're highlighting, looks very strong. He plays f6 first. Danya, the bishop on e8 finally sees some life.
Yeah, you called it. F6 was, in fact, the original idea. And I love the way that MVL is defending. He is making the most out of a very difficult position. Once the bishop gets to G6, the knight could also drop back to F7. And then he's achieved relative harmony when it comes to his minor piece coordination. The D6 pawn is going to be well defended. I feel like MVL is making strides here toward retaking the initiative. You could also consider bishop to H6 with threats along this diagonal against the queen and the rook.
Bishop h6 looks like a fun move. Bishop g6 looks reasonable. Pawn h4. Also, knight g6 at some moment. I think that's why Gukesh brought his knight to e2, was to take away the f4 square in advance. But Maxime quickly plays bishop g6. I think for Gukesh, he needs to find a plan. It does seem like he's just shuffling about.
He's stuck in mud, and MVL is definitely not stuck in mud. I think after bishop h6 and king h7, you are now facing very direct threats against your king. Do not give MVL a chance to develop an initiative of this sort. He will not pass this opportunity by. And dare I say, I think White's advantage has been largely wiped out.
Way easier to play this position from Black. Now, f4, it actually is an okay move for White, and he plays f3, but it looked really bad to open up the bishop on h6. But you're allowing an eventual g4 at some point anyway, with the rook on c1 at the end of the line. But g4, White will push through to f4. It gets too messy. He starts, very wisely I might add, with the move rook g8.
The side that controls the pawn breaks controls the game. And isn't it amazing how the side that controlled the pawn breaks was White, and though the pawn structure hasn't changed at all, it is now Black. And that's a case in point. G4, but is that premature? Is MVL cooking up a piece sack after HG? Does he want bishop e4?
He does.
Oh, F-E-D-E.
Oh, and the knight on d4 is pinned because the rook on d1 is loose. This was a brilliant plan from Maxime, and he deserves those 2 exclamation points.
And apparently White had to throw in H takes G4 first. That open H file would have given White tactical threats against Black's king, but that's neither here nor there. Gukesh completely forgot that rook on D1 is undefended, and he is now borderline lost. The knight can also jump into F3 with tactics down the G file. Man, the wheels are really coming off here for the Indian phenom.
And so what does White do? You have 2 pawns for a piece. If you're Maxime, you could take this knight back at any moment.
Oh, no.
Oh, goodness. No. This is just brutal.
Oh, my gosh. Knight e4, bang on G2 and bang on D4, and you're losing all of your pieces there. It's not like you can give away your queen, Robert, for a bunch of pieces, because like I said, at the end of the line, you're also going to lose the D4 knight. You can resign here if you're Gukesh. This is resignable.
I'm trying to come with some line that keeps the game going, but if you have to take on e4 and the rook slams down on g2, it's going to be too much extra material, not enough for the queen that Black will have.
And now start collecting the harvest with e takes d4. Gukesh, I think king h2 is probably the lesser evil. He wants to recapture on d4 with the bishop, but then MVL could make the simple move f5, supporting the bishop, opening up a pathway for his queen, and White's just not going to collect his bones, as they say in Russian.
Isn't there also bishop f4 for Black right now? So h4 to follow. I just feel like White is pinned all across the board. Maybe after bishop f4, this queen takes f4 that I overlooked.
But even there, he takes f4 and rook takes g2 has to be winning. But I agree. Maybe that's a little bit more complicated than it should be. I think MVL has a very pleasant choice here and plenty of time to make it as he takes on d4, the simple approach. And now there's a million ways to win. You could even play e5.
E5 is so nice, just protecting the f6 pawn just in case. It also gives you the f4 square for your bishop. And let's not forget, the bishop on d4 is pinned in many of these variations because the rook on d1 is hanging.
Oh my gosh, I think you could sack your queen after e5, bishop c5. Very much an MVL style to play rook takes d1 and then h takes g2 and white and rook h1 is unstoppable in that position. How sexy is that?
It's happening, right? This is all Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a performance thus far from him. He seems unstoppable.
Sparkling play, energetic play. The way that he's making the most out of some really bad positions, playing them for a win, not just curling up into a ball and waiting for Gukesh to exert pressure. How did he turn that around, Robert, in the span of, 5-6 moves? It went from bad to winning.
And it was such a beautiful sacrificial game from Maxime. He started passively, but that coup de grace with the queen sacrifice and a new one about to appear with checkmating threats, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave leads 8.5, 1.5 done. It's a 7-point spread.
Incredible. There was one bright spot for Gukesh. He had some good moments. He had some great moves. He had some very promising positions, but ultimately the wheels came off completely. He stares down the barrel of a massive lead for MVL. He needs a sea change. He needs a complete 180 if he is to have any chance at a comeback in this difficult match.
It's unbelievable what's happening right now, but we do want to thank once again our presenting sponsor, Coinbase, for allowing the SEC to thrive the way it does. Do you wish financial systems were as fast and smart as the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase? They can be. Check out Coinbase.com/update the system today or use the command Coinbase in chat to learn more. So, Danya, we've seen Maxime. He's up 7 points. What are you expecting in the 3+1?
Well, I'm expecting Gukesh first and foremost to put this break to good use. Take a deep breath, strategize, evaluate what happened, and try to choose openings wisely. Also, I wouldn't catastrophize, right? He did have a lot of good positions. I think speed is going to be much more of a factor in the 3+1 segment. But ultimately, let's not sugarcoat the situation. Gukesh is in dire straits. He needs a complete change of momentum, a complete change of pace. And if MVL shows the same form that he just did for the last 90 minutes, I don't know if there's a lot of chances objectively.
When MVL is like this, he's borderline unstoppable. He has beaten Magnus Carlsen in this exact format, made the finals in 2020. So very few can take him down. We'll see if Gukesh can do just that. We'll be right back with the 3+1 segment of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. See you soon, everybody. We'll be right back.
God, it's the same thing every time. Why did you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. All my friends watching, and this is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh, and draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1400 years and it's the same game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why has that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it. Dunzo. Update. Enter.
Why is it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, c4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update! Take that, fool! Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update, though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com. The premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year, with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
He got me over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
And we are back. Here is the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. That is Gukesh D, the winner of the 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship. Danya, he had a great showing in the JSTC. It was a clean run for him, taking out 3 of the best junior players in the world. But now he's not facing a junior. He is facing a veteran. So those 3 wins against Ohanyan, Pranov, and Raunak Sidwani, those are great. But it's next level competition here at the SEC.
It absolutely is. And I commentated the match against Ohanian, which he won 25-6. That is a very impressive score against a very impressive blitz player. But like you said, Robert, this is a completely different category of player. And not only that, this is a different category of player who also happens to be in absolutely killer form today, as MVL holds a 7-point lead. And Gukesh needs to put this hour of 3+1 to very good use.
And we don't want to, to lie to our viewers. So it is a gargantuan task for Gukesh. But if there is any chance of mounting a comeback, how does Gukesh make that happen?
Well, I'm going to repeat my point from earlier, right? You can't tell yourself, I have to make up 7 points in the next hour. You have to try to have the lead. Now, you technically can't have a 7-point lead, but if you could bring this to 3 or 4, we've seen plenty of 3, 4, even 5-point comebacks in the Bullet. Now, it's a separate story that, MVL is still the favorite in Bullet, but you can't think like that. So try to make up 2 or 3 points, and whatever you do, don't let this tilt away to a 11-point lead.
That's right. And we see that the action is underway here in the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. Once again, we see the Sicilian. And for Maxime, why fix what's not broken? He plays Queen D3. He's going to try to get the Knight B5, Queen G3 line again. It's been working, so why not?
Yeah, they started the 5-minute portion with this line. They start the 3-minute portion with this line. But an early deviation there as Gukesh prevents Knight B5. And of course, Queen G3. Typical. I love this choice by Maxime. Get a slightly better endgame. This is a very pleasant position, particularly in a blitz game. Just easier to play with white.
And look at the squares on the queen side. B6, C5, the A6 pawn. White can start targeting that side of the board, but that's why Gukesh has played D5 and Knight F6 that quickly. He's aiming at the center, but look at this response from Maxime. He gives up the E4 pawn, and Gukesh naturally wants no part of it.
That's a sloppy move by Maxime, I think, to castle queenside. He was probably focused, on calculating knight takes c4, but Gukesh goes the other way, and now he's going to pursue this bishop with rook to b8, and MVL might have to give up the bishop pair. Is there rook takes b6?
I think there is. Rook b6, knight b6, knight f2. The rook on h1 is undefended, but Daniel, we look at this position, we see the eval bar. I think we're slightly biased. That looks scary for black, because if we can show an analysis board, because it was not played just now, if we just go through that variation, yes, black gets that rook in the corner, but white gets that a6 pawn. And these types of endgames can be scary, even though black has extra material.
And a case in point, Robert, Gukesh would have had to see the move knight to f2. Far from obvious from a distance when you might think that knight takes g3 is forced. It's because of this subsequent fork, the black is actually much better. But look at this with your own eyes. It's a wild position. There's also e takes d5 that you have to calculate. Here again, you have to find the crazy knight f2. So a great example of what happens when you look only at the eval bar and you don't look at the position at hand. We can totally understand why Gukesh refrained from that line and instead chose to deploy his bishop to d7, maybe setting up some tactical ideas related to c5. I actually think that is a concrete threat, and I think MVL needs to get this knight off of g4 ASAP.
And bishop takes a6. It looks like a free pawn to some. It probably backfires both because of c5 and rook a8. The bishop and knight are in the same line. The rook takes advantage of that. This is a tricky position. f3 looks strong, as you mentioned, to kick the knight out of there. But is there still rook takes b6? No, he plays c5.
And instantly knight takes c5.
And that's the form that Maxime is in. Sometimes we don't give players enough credit when their opponents are blundering or losing on time. But Maxime is in tip-top shape.
He's in amazing shape. And the speed with which he played that move. And now he's going to follow up with more accurate play. Bishop a7, I think, is on the horizon and in our immediate future. Then he can play e takes d5, and he is just punching at all sides of the board here. Eventually, the position is going to fizzle out, and I'm curious what happens when the smoke clears.
Bishop a7 is one of those really nice moves to throw in, because if the rook is going to capture the dark square bishop, it'll be on a worse square. He takes on d5. Now that bishop can be captured on b6, but after d takes c6, I don't think black can take either the knight on c5 or play knight f2 with the fork, because as you're indicating, the c pawn is too fast.
And this is a pretty low-stakes affair for white, because anytime you want to bail out, no problem. You can play f takes g4, and you got yourself a stable advantage in the opposite colored bishop position. So I think black has to try bishop takes c5. Now c7 is going to be thrown in. Black can castle. White plays rook t8, and black is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. I think we are ultimately going to see an opposite colored bishop endgame where white might have, try this on for size, Robert, tripled pawns on the king side and 3 extra passers on the queen side. I don't say that every day. Oh, rook h7.
Whoa, rook h7, stealing a pawn on that flank because c8 equals queen is scary. That's nasty. So rook h7, rook c8. The downside of that, Danya, is that black gets to keep more pieces on the board, and namely the a6 pawn.
And don't fall asleep on the prospect of a sudden counterattack against white's king. Rook takes c7, and in some positions, bishop b3. Instead, Gukesh focusing on trying to keep as many pawns alive as possible. But my gosh, MVL with more tactics as the bishop slides into g6. A direct assault against the f7 pawn. And I think black is losing.
Yes, because rook c7, bishop g6, king f6 doesn't actually save the pawn. There might be a bishop takes f7 there anyway. And if Maxime can win this game and the lead extends to 8 points, it's just getting out of hand. I mean, it's already out of hand, but it's just getting completely haywire for Gukesh.
It's getting out of hand, but you can tell how confident is Maxime's hand as he moves his mouse from d3 to g6, pinning the pawn. King f6, bishop takes f7 is a pretty elementary tactic. He's going to see that. Now check on d8 and go back to d3, a classic technique attacking the bishop with a double attack. The guy, as I say when I'm tilted, he sees everything, and he really does.
He is seeing it all, and you mentioned his skills.
Look at this.
Bishop takes f7. Why not? You're not should be sorry. When Maxime plays great moves, we should call them out. But what I was going to say about Maxime, and he doesn't make these mouse flips. He has a very nice mouse. We just flew back from Calcutta together. We had the same layover, I should say. But he is just really in shape right now, and he's going after every single pawn.
He's playing perfectly. He's playing all the top engine moves. He's playing them fast. And 17 and a half seconds normally would cause some panic. You feel like MVL has it completely under control. Black might also run out of pawns pretty soon.
Those 3 triple isolated pawns might become 3 queens if you can remove the g5 pawn.
Gukesh going back to f6. And now there's the same tactic, but on the 6th rank rather than the 7th.
This is so nasty. You take the bishop, you lose your rook because a rook h6 check, and this just looks so fun for white.
Oh, he's blundered rook e7. He put his rook on the wrong square. He should have gone rook e2 so that then he would have had bishop to c4. And suddenly, the game continues. He's going to drop his bishop.
Oh, and he didn't have a rook h6 because the rook on b6 is defended. So that bishop on c5, the extra piece, is doing all the work. So Danya, look at the clock. Maxime down to 6 seconds. That probably helped induce the blunder. But it's only 1 pawn remaining for black. So 5 pawns for a piece.
Far from a tragedy for MVL, who I still think is playing for a win here, if not for the clock situation. Given the clock situation, I think he should try to bail out in a draw if possible. Great move by Gukesh to stop g5. 2 seconds for MVL. Now, you don't say this every day. He's got 5 pawns for the bishop.
But the pawns are dropping. Here goes g3.
3.
It's got to be 3. Oh, this is not great news for Maxime. But only 1 pawn remaining. And look at Gukesh doing everything he can to keep it on the board.
That was a bad move by MVL. He's created unnecessarily for himself another target. Now he has to hold tight. I still think he's going to make a draw, though.
Yeah, turning off the rooks was really smart right there. The black king, it's infiltrating, but to where? That rook will slide to g6 right now, and rook g3, rook g3.
And MVL's position suddenly riddled with holes. The king should have gone to d5. It goes to f5, also good. And now it's a technically winning position for Gukesh, who can take a3. The a-pawn should decide the game. Rook a1. Oh my gosh.
Look at this. A win for Gukesh. Now it's a 6-point spread, so still a huge lead for Maxime. But Gukesh, he was the recipient of some fortune there. Now he may believe a little more.
And that's going to annoy MVL. As we see a Jabava London, I always love to see that. But man, oh man, was that a brilliant game, wire to wire, until he blundered that bishop by putting his rook on the wrong square. That is all it takes. Chess can be a brutal game. But hey, he's got a 5-point lead. It's not a 6-point lead. It's far from the end of the world.
And Gukesh deserved a little bit of good fortune because the match started with a winning position from him where he mouse slipped. So he deserves a little bit of luck. And many people believe, you make your own luck. So Gukesh, he fought very hard. He took that game. And now in this one, it is a very solid affair. But Danya, this knight on e5, it's protected by both the bishop on f4, the pawn on d4, soon to be the rook on e1. I always like these positions in quicker chess from white. I think the control of the center is just very nice.
For sure. And you can play d takes e5, opening up the d4 square for your knight. But MVL fighting fire with fire as he sinks his knight into e4. His idea to meet f3 with queen b6 check. Now, you could still play f3 and then block the check on b6 with knight d4. That might be what Gukesh is considering. He starts with knight d4. But I just wanted to echo your point. Gukesh has not tilted. He has fought every single game. Yes, he's had some ugly losses, but I just wanted to commend Gukesh in the face of a huge lead. He is fighting tooth and nail to get back in this match. And that is the kind of spirit that we're used to seeing from the younger generation. They never give up. They always believe in themselves. And that's what you need ultimately for a miracle comeback. You also need a couple of checkmates, and that is what he's trying to deliver with his last move.
He's going for it. That rook lift, it makes perfect sense. If black plays queen h4, you would like to induce g3 so that rook on e3 cannot go for checkmate. So that's what Maxime plays. And now it's a big question for Gukesh. If you play g3, no more checkmating attack. If you play some other move, your pieces are just going to be awkward.
God, queen h4 really spoils the party, doesn't it?
Maxime is a party pooper.
Totally. Can't you tell just by looking at him? sipping his water.
I love this featured chat. MVL is not afraid of tilt. Tilt is afraid of MVL.
He is the most interesting man in the world.
He really is. He is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he has a 6-point lead in this matchup against Gukesh. So look at these last couple moves. Rook e3, then g3, rook back to e2. So, Danya, I'm looking at this stage of the game, and I feel like it has to favor black, who just played f6. White is shuffling, and black's opening up the king side.
The Frenchman playing in the style of a French defense with f6. That's a classic idea to set up e5, open up the f-file. And I think Gukesh's hand is ultimately forced. He has to chase this knight away with f3. But the point isn't just to chase the knight away. It's also to discourage black from playing e5, which is a huge positional threat.
And if you ever play e5 from black, the d5 pawn is loose. So it may be a threat that black is trying to use to his advantage, but there are some weaknesses that you have to deal with in the meantime. So right now, Gukesh is on the clock. Knight takes c6. Black should probably take with the b pawn. And after that, will white play queen d4 done? It's a big decision, but in some of these queenless positions with that great dark square bishop, black can struggle to get counterplay.
I think you're right. I think queen d4 is his original intention, but he pauses probably to consider f3 and queen g6. That's a nasty little move. Threatening rook takes f4, and white's queen, it's kind of left in the dust, right? Now it's very vulnerable to moves like c5. MVL could double on the f-file. Feels like black's position practically much easier to play.
And he do not play queen e5. Rook f5, I believe,
God.
traps the queen in the center.
Oh, God. And he's got to go all the way to the queen side. Now the queen, Robert, is not participating in the defense. And I think MVL should throw all caution to the wind and throw the kitchen sink at white's king.
I love moves like h5, h4, but same as e5. He's defending the a6 pawn along the 6th rank, but he gave himself a weakness on the d5 square and also the e5 pawn, because if you ever push d4, when the white bishop slides out the way, there are going to be issues in the center for black.
It still feels like it's very hard for white to find a move. Rook d1 is the most straightforward option, but MVL, he continues to push, but you called it, Robert. Bishop c1, just a cold-blooded retreating move. The knight on e4 is under fire. The pawn on e5 is under fire. The knight can't really drop back to g5 because it will be immediately eliminated by the bishop. MVL, a little bit overzealous there.
I wonder if he forgot that the queen on a4 actually attacks the knight on e4, that if black was going to try to take on c3, which looks like a free pawn, you lose that knight on e4 and thus the game. So these things are often overlooked in blitz chess, but look at Maxime's clock. He's down to about 40 seconds. Gukesh is aiming to take another game and cut this deficit down to 5.
How huge would it be to win 2 games in a row to start the 3-minute segment? Queen c4 check. MVL's position on the verge of collapse. Queen d5, and he's going to pick up a minor piece.
He wins a piece. That knight is pinned to the rook on f3. An exclamation point is deserved and given to that move, and I think this is just game over. And Danya, if you're MVL, maybe you just play this out a little bit, because Gukesh is finding his rhythm, and you can waste time off the overall match clock.
Now, wait a second. Gukesh apparently has to take the rook rather than the knight, because at the end of that line, there's that nasty check on c2, developing a massive initiative against white's king. What Gukesh has to do is queen takes f3, rook takes c5, and then he can go on to take on c5 because of the deflection and the back rank made on f8. And Gukesh suddenly displaying amazing tactical ability here.
And where can black go? Queen c2 protects the knight d1, hits the bishop. But as you mentioned, rook takes c5, or also queen f7.
Oh, what a
just
move.
Going for checkmate. Because you have so many threats with rook e7 coming, rook e8. The bishop can take whatever happens on h6. He goes rook takes c5 instead. So Gunnar, your choice is a good one. The engine approves.
And now he's going to go back to e5 with his loot safely in his pocket. But what does he do now? It's a messy position. This could... Oh!
Oh! What a move! Bishop h6 is
what
sick!
A move!
And he's threatening bishop takes g7 check.
And he's forcing black's queen all the way back to g6. A great response by MVL. That was the only move to avoid losing the game. Now that knight is going to circumnavigate the globe here. No, it's going to go back to b2. The game continues.
But the game is clearly in white's favor all of a sudden. Extra pawn, the king on g1. It's not perfectly safe, but it's safer than the king on g8. If that bishop gets to d4, Donnie, I feel like the game is over.
But the knight is a very dangerous piece in time pressure. MVL is a very dangerous man, and he stops the progress. And again, bishop h6. But MVL stays on top with queen c2. It's not over yet.
It's not, and white has more time. So Maxime is the one in time trouble. Save your second rank. He goes rook e2, h6.
h6.
For white. Throw that pawn
Bang.
off the board.
King h7, getting away from the dark square. Can Gukesh finish this off with a couple more accurate moves?
And look at that. He takes an h6.
Queen f4!
Queen f4! He blew a piece! Oh my goodness, Gukesh. He was in the driver's seat. He was winning, and the queen on f4 defends h6 and f6.
Unbelievable. And he loses on the spot. He has to go back to f3, ignominiously retreating the queen. He goes king h1, one more attempt, or is this a draw now?
What a save by Gukesh after blundering.
Queen to c1 was the winning move in order to keep the h6 pawn protected. But MVL definitely happy to take a draw at that point.
Queen c1 is, that's not a move that you find in
No.
bullet chess because it's so far away. You want to make the quick move closer to the white king. But MVL survives, and then Gukesh survives with that king h1 decision. That was really great by him.
But such a backbreaker. Once again, Gukesh has had these stretches where he starts finding one brilliant move after another, Robert. Rook e5 and rook c5 and bishop h6 there. When he just put that bishop on h6 was the only way to keep a decisive advantage. But ultimately, MVL, such credit for staying afloat with 1 second on his clock over the span of 15 difficult moves.
But the good thing for Gukesh, even though he didn't get the desired result, is it feels like a more combative match. Instead of Maxime just steamrolling him, bulldozing him in each and every game, you can tell that the players are going back and forth a bit. So that does feel good for Gukesh. He may be able to go on a run. And yeah, the Gukesh, he is blundering. Look at that, blunders, but Gukesh blundes. That's a pun that you would make.
Wait, he blunders... But he blundes.
Yeah,
you'll have to explain for the slow-minded of us.
All right, so someone is fast, then someone else is faster, and then someone is the fastest.
Oh,
so
blundest!
Yeah.
Oh my god,
that was a Danya quality pun.
It was, which makes it all the more disappointing that it needed to be explained to me and served on a golden platter, like I'm some prince, who needs black caviar.
But aren't you touched that I understand your puns so well that I can even explain now other people's ridiculous puns?
Don't you see me choking up? I mean, I'm reaching for the Queen-X, which I don't even have. I might not be able to commentate. You might have to find an alternate commentator for our second match.
Well, it's a good reminder to everybody that there will be a second match between Vidit Gujrathi and Magnus Carlsen. I don't think anyone wants to miss that. But Danya, as we look at this game and this match, Gukesh now has given up a pawn for activity against the white king. Knight f4 is coming your way. There could be a rook lift at some point. So don't you just sense that Gukesh, he is playing better. He feels like he's playing more ambitiously.
And it manifests itself also in his time management. This is not just tilt. He's playing really quickly to start the 3-minute portion. And I actually really like that. A change of pace, put pressure on MVL's clock, because MVL is the one who's usually used to putting pressure on his opponent's clock. When you can reverse your fortune like that, you put your opponent in an uncomfortable spot. But Gukesh has to keep his initiative going. He can try to do that with knight e5. MVL's last move was an excellent one just to stabilize the situation on the king's side.
And knight f4, I think, fails to g3, so that's why he slid his queen back to g5. Now there's knight h4 that you might have to worry about, but that white queen, it can trade on g4, but that's not the end of the story because the black rook lands on e2 in many of these variations. You need to be very careful if you're Maxime.
And that's perhaps why Maxime should bring his rook to e1 in order to prevent the potential rook to e2 and therefore take the sting out of knight h4. First and foremost, you have to realize that knight h4 is not a devastating threat. Under no circumstances may you play queen g3 because if queen takes g3 and obviously the f-pawn is pinned. Big decision by MVL as he trades the bishop for black's knight.
And now he threatens mate in 1 and the bishop on c5. Thankfully for Gukesh, I was saying queen e7, but he goes queen f6, and he trades into a pawn down queen. It's queen and 2 rooks, but 6 pawns for white, 5 for black. This seems like a huge plus for Maxime.
Oh, and Gukesh panicked there. There was no need to panic. If we could rewind for just a second, what I think he missed, Robert, after queen e7, I'll hazard a guess and say perhaps he thought rook e1 overextends black's pieces. But no, there's bishop takes f2 check, counter-striking. And then rook f2, queen e1 wins all of white's pieces. So queen e7 would have kept excellent practical chances against white's king. Instead, we now have a largely one-sided position as MVL's pawn advances all the way to d7, I think.
It's just too easy. These types of positions, even d7 threatens queen takes f8 to get a new queen over there. But these types of positions, they're one-sided in nature. He needed more material on the board. Donna, that was a position that was slightly better for white, perhaps, but it was unclear. This is way too clear.
Yeah, and I praised Gukesh's time management just a couple of moments ago, but now I'll backpedal and say that in that particular instance after queen c3, I think he was too quick to panic. Queen e7 would have kept good chances. Now MVL is 1 or 2 moves away from winning the game. Rook 81. These moves are, like you said, way too easy.
No chance in this one for Gukesh. And just when it seemed like things were starting to go right for him, things are going completely wrong. And what's up?
Want to see a cute line? Queen b4, rook takes d1, and now queen takes f8, intermezzo, and rook takes d1 with the unstoppable d8 queen. Are we going to see this on the board? We are. We are.
We are?
We are. We are. We are.
There is no other move for black because the rook is now hanging, so rook takes d1 would seem to be forced. And after that, queen f8 is not. You're right. We are. You're the prophet. How could I ever question that?
We are young. And MVL, he is going to push this lead back up to 7. How debilitating it is that? It feels like Gukesh has had the initiative in this 3-minute segment, and he doesn't have anything to show for it. What a finale. And MVL pushes it back to the largest lead of the match.
But I give you a clap and Maxime the same round of applause because you called it and Maxime did the honors. Now we get back to a Jabal with London, which that's an opening of your own heart. But is this going to work out for Gukesh? Maxime is very well prepared. So these kind of less typical, offbeat openings, they don't really work against this super GM foe.
No, and it's surprising me that Gukesh is playing move 4 e3. All the rage is the move e4. That leads to more direct tactical confrontation. This line is, quite frankly, really, really toothless. It's like an exchange Caro, except you have this awkward knight on c3, and you end up burning a bunch of tempo, right? Taking back with the knight, and then trying to find proper arrangements for the knight, and then playing c3. So it's like an inferior version of an opening that's already equal. I don't like this choice by Gukesh. This is too easy for black to play.
Maybe Gukesh is playing this a little bit too solidly. He is repeating certain openings. They don't have much tactical flair. And he has had some good positions, so it's not like he has been completely helpless in terms of his winning chances. But it does seem like Maxime has found his comfort zones, and Gukesh is not mixing it up enough to create chaos and thus have some chances to win games.
But speaking of chaos, he can try to create it by ultimately sticking a knight on h5 and quickly following up with queen g4. What you have to do in such a situation is stir up tactical complications at all costs. Instead, he plays the tamer queen e2, and MVL continues to mass his pieces on the king side. I think he's all set to play f6.
Knight h5, pawn to f6 looks like a normal idea, although there are some queen g4 lines that need to be calculated very well. But f6 does seem next for Maxime, and I just don't possibly envision an attack against the black king.
I agree. I think Gukesh ultimately has to beat white to the... Okay, never mind. He plays knight h5. So what is he intending against f6? If he plays queen g4, unfortunately, after knight takes e5, the queen laterally defends g7. That's a critical detail. So f6, he might have to take either c6 or d7. And here we go.
But if you take on c6, so he takes on d7 because the rook on f8 is hanging. But I was wondering if he took on c6 and bishop takes f4 could have been thrown in.
Yeah, it could have. That would have led to massive tactical complications. Gukesh chooses the simpler route. He now threatens to overextend black's queen. And so Maxime takes the g7 pawn under the watchful eye of the rook. It's a very tense position.
Bishop h6 doesn't threaten anything. The rook just came to the g7 pawn's defense. The black king will safely slide over, and then you have to move your bishop another time. So Maxime has everything covered. He's in a Caro-Kann-like position, even though it didn't start with 1e4. Danya, I just feel like Maxime, he's in fantastic playing shape right now, and he is looking forward to not just this match, but a quarterfinal matchup against Nihal. That one would be exciting. I know he needs to get through Gukesh first, but the way Maxime is playing, he looks like he's so well on his way to scoring a match victory.
And no matter which angle you approach it from, he's had everything covered. Great opening choices, right? He plays the Sicilian. He's played the Caro-Kann. It seems like he feels exactly when he should play something on the quieter side and when he should go for the initiative in the match, right? Good form isn't just about making good moves. It's also about making good practical choices and good choices on the clock. And MVL has had the whole package as he keeps taking over the initiative, even in situations when it seems like his opponent is having all the fun. Case in point, I think he's got the move f5, and there's the possibility of a fork. Instead, he moves his king away to h8. Also, pretty solid choice.
And that's the key word, is solid. That he does not want to overextend and give white some chances to hop around. He just puts his king in the corner. e5 is well defended by the knight on c6. d5 is not even under attack. So you have these hanging pawns in the center that I do think are vulnerable, but for the time being, black has everything under control.
And rook to d1, trying to shatter black's control over his center. As Gukesh transitions from the e-pawn to the d-pawn, he wants to double his rooks. He obviously wants to induce the move d4, which would have yielded for white a massive square on e4. Apparently, there was queen c8 and knight e4.
That's really nice. The d5 pawn has been pinned, but suddenly, because the check wasn't thrown into the mix, now black has the initiative. Danya, I could see this falling apart for white if you're not very careful. Don't push the f-pawn because of the a7 g1 diagonal.
No. Don't push the f-pawn because Ben Feingold said so, Robert. That's the reason. Stop telling me actual moves.
Wait, he just gave up f2, so he doesn't push the f-pawn.
Oh,
he
knight
doesn't
e4.
defend the f-pawn. That's nice. That's really, really nice.
Lovely. Lovely idea. Gukesh using the pin along the d-file to indirectly defend f2 and orchestrating an attack on... Whoa! What a move!
h6! No, that deserves an exclamation point. Get rid of that question mark. Because the point is that the queen takes h6, rook h7. Suddenly, black is the one on the offensive. I get that the eval bar likes white. Look at Gukesh's clock. He's down to 40 seconds.
Such an inventive idea by Maxime, but Gukesh responding very cold-bloodedly with rook f3. Notice that rook h1 is never possible because of that pesky knight. If black plays e4, white's rook dives into f6, and Gukesh might strike first at black's king.
Okay, maybe give it the question mark. Now that we have this position, it does look really good for white, who is pouncing and is looking at black's vulnerable center.
Rook f6, infiltrate the weak squares, force the black queen away. Rook f8 and queen f6 is almost mate. I think Gukesh should be able to take this one. Rook f8.
Does that force knight g8 somehow? But then queen takes g6. What?
Queen f6 and take the rook.
That's just game over.
It is. And he resigns.
Okay, so Gukesh, he's back to a 6-point deficit, and I believe we have one more game before halftime. So, Danya, Gukesh, he does take home a full point there. If he wins one more, it's been a while, but we'll be talking about a 5-point lead for Maxime.
Credit where it's due. Gukesh used that the break after the 5+1 portion and put it to very good use. And he's played a very different brand of chess in the 3-minute portion. It still feels like MVL is in good form. MVL still controls the match for the time being, but Gukesh needs more where this came from. Like I said, Robert, He doesn't need to erase this entire lead in the next 30 minutes. If he could bring this down to 4 points, he sows in MVL's mind the seeds of doubt. Maybe I'm going to be the one who allows this miracle comeback. That's where it all begins. But unfortunately, it doesn't begin with an opening like this because he's just allowed the disastrous bishop takes f6.
Have to take with the pawn on f6. Ugh. And then knight d6 check. This looks fantastic for white. It's a dream come true. Now, normally this position happens where black's pawns are undoubled. The pawn's back on g7. So this is just a worse version.
And the problem is both positional and tactical. Positionally, it goes without saying. There's also huge weakness on d5. That is white's idea after dropping the queen back. Tactically, black's king has no safe haven. If you castle kingside, well, you're castling into an attack. MVL, though, solid chess. He has an agenda. His agenda is to play with maximum risk-free chess, but I don't know. I would have kept the queens there.
Yeah, this looks much more pleasant than with the queens on the board because black can play bishop b7, decide if you're going to play f5 or d5, bring a rook to g8. Suddenly we see a bunch of ideas for black, and Maxime castles queenside, which makes perfect sense. Black is going to do the same, and I do think that black, Gukesh can play f5 or d5 or rook g8, all of the above.
Yeah, except if you play it prematurely, I guess white could play e takes f5 and then go after the e5 pawn. Instead, Gukesh focusing on improving his heavy pieces, rook c8, and now rook g8 hitting the g-pawn. MVL could consider g4, but that would have created a massive hole on f4. Instead, he has to allow the move f5, and Gukesh kind of making moves here.
And for white, bring your rook to the center, rook he1. We've
call.
Seen many different games where there's been a hanging pawn structure for one of the sides. And f4, as you're pointing out, that looks super dangerous for black to deal with.
Oh, that's such a nasty move because apart from the bishop moving to d3, the bishop could also pay a visit to h5 with a check. Gukesh has to find a way to secure the e5 pawn. But if he plays d6, that merely creates more weaknesses, Robert. That pawn itself on d6 is going to become a major target. White could play bishop d3 and black's position will crumble.
And h7 is hanging at the end of the diagonal over there. So if not d6, the only other move I see to protect e5 is rook c5. I don't know if that actually stops your bishop d3 idea.
Well, it doesn't, but I think it's the lesser evil. I'm with you because after bishop d3, knight d4, white takes h7. There's also rook takes d4 in that position, but black can essentially counterattack the bishop from h8 or g7. So somehow rook c5 stays afloat, but I'd be shocked if Gukesh can survive this. He's got b4.
So knight d5, bishop takes, rook takes. This looks mighty unpleasant with a6 now being loose, e5. Saying about rook takes c2, knight e3 is your idea. But there's bishop c4 at the end. The diagonal is a problem.
But that's always what happens when your pieces are better placed. You quote unquote get lucky in the tactics, except it's not luck. It's a natural byproduct of the opposing side's pieces being on such awkward squares. I'll show this really quickly. It's an instructive idea. Rook takes c2. By the way, knight e3 runs into bishop h5. Another discovery. Again, right place, right time. Knight e3. Looks like black is out of the woods, right? Nope. Bishop c4. And you can resign. The knight cannot be defended. If only the king were on e7, black would have been able to support it with his king. But it's a moot point, and Gukesh forced to retreat to e7.
As long as you stay in the game, you have a chance. So look at Gukesh. Knight e7, knight c6. The knight can come to d4 at some moment. Very near future, I would imagine. And this does give black some hope. So for Maxime, the game is far from over, and he needs to be careful that even with like b3, not anymore, but b3 was something that I was looking out for.
b3, knight b4, absolutely. Should be on everyone's radar, as should be the idea of knight d3 check. So he steps away from that potential fork and hits f6, and that pawn has to be defended because that pawn anchors the knight. The knight is the only piece that gives black any hope whatsoever. Still, it would basically take a miracle in this endgame. He's got too many weaknesses, and he's down a pawn.
And if you're looking at this position from white side, you've tied down black's rook. Knight d. What a good move bishop d3 is. If knight takes d3, pawn takes d3, now suddenly you're in a pawn up rook endgame rather than rook and minor piece, and black can't threaten any of white's position.
And Gukesh doing what he has to do. You have to keep this knight. You have to maintain some semblance of an imbalance here. Push c4, try to go for activity. And again, it's not over. As long as black's knight is hopping around like that, there's rook e7, rook e1 related ideas. I mean, I've seen crazier things. than a draw or even a win in a position like this. But MVL continues to play with filigree precision. Rook h6, that's the right square. Hitting f6, gaining a tempo, which he's going to use to drop his bishop back.
And black brings the king into e5. So bishop d3. At some point, will black use the king as a checkmating tool, like rook e7, king d4, rook e1 checkmate ideas?
Great call. I think that's what he has to try. He goes f5, but now rook h5 is going to hit this pawn with devastating effect.
It's just
G4.
walking right into a pretty simple tactic. And now you're losing a third pawn, if my math serves me well, which I believe it does, and this is just too much.
Now it's over. c3 even is the most clinical. Now king f4. A slightly sloppy move by MVL there. Now the game's going to continue because of rook e7. c3 would have won on the spot.
Still looks pretty winning because you kicked the knight out of the center. There are no more checkmating nets. And the question is, can I just go king c2, king b3, and bring my king up to help attack those queenside pawns?
I agree that that's the practical approach. You could also toss in rook h7. You're up so many pawns that you don't even have to calculate the ramifications of a rook trade. Instead, MVL going maximally simple. Maximally simple. Okay, I'll shut up there.
I was going to make that joke before because you've said maximal and things like that earlier, but I was sitting on it. With this knight on d4, if that rook could get to the first rank, we would see a checkmate, but with the rook coming to e7, now there are no more checkmate threats, and that should do it in Maxim's favor.
Yeah, now you have no forks, you have no hope, you have no pawns, and you're going to lose the game.
And Gukesh down under 15 seconds with his knight back to b5. If the king goes to c4, I don't know what he was going to do.
Oh, rook d8 check. You have to go back to... Okay, rook d7 also works. I was going to say king c4, knight d6. Robert, you know this. Any experienced player knows this. It's never too late to miss a fork, but MVL doing a great job of keeping the knight restricted and pushing his lead once again back to its maximum of 7.
He is incredible right now. Even when it seems like he's on shaky ground, he finds his footing and he leads by a monster score of 11-4. Danya, Maxime has been very impressive.
He has, and he's done what he needs to do in the 3+1 portion. Not as spectacular as in the 5+1 segment, but hey, you built up a 7-point lead. You're allowed to coast. That's exactly what he's doing. He's winning games when he needs to win them. And Gukesh, 36 minutes have passed. He needs to make the most out of these remaining 24 minutes, but it appears that this match is starting to slip away from him.
Yeah, he needs to go on a winning streak, and not just one game at a time. He needs to get about 4 in a row to have a real chance here. We'll see if Gukesh is able to do that. The players, they get a break. They'll relax, stretch their legs. We will do the same. But when we return, it's more from the remaining portion of this Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase match. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Gukesh.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Return to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have a very lopsided affair. It is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up by a score of 7 points. That's the margin against Gukesh. Danya, it's a struggle for Gukesh. He needs to start winning. He has no choice but to do it now.
Well, this right here is what he probably should have had before the match began. Unfortunately, he didn't. Took him a while to get into the match, and by the time he did, he was down 5-0. That's how quickly these SEC matches can turn, and MVL has not looked back. And like I said before the break, Robert, he hasn't been as spectacular in the 3+1 segment, but he's taken care of business, and he's maintained this lead at its maximum of 7.
11-4, that is the score in favor of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Gukesh, he is really struggling right now. He was winning in game 1. He mouse-slipped, but this man that you see in front of you, he had the same fortune against Vidit in over-the-board rapid, where Vidit was up a rook, couldn't get the job done, and as soon as MVL won that game, he didn't look back. So he's a person who may need to find his footing, his rhythm, after a few games, but once he does, watch out, world.
And he's so well-rounded, right? He's got loads of opening preparation, and he's been versatile in the opening as well. He has played a Caro-Kann. He's played different anti-Sicilians with white. He's played just about everything, and he's also demonstrated great patience and positional play as well, as evidenced by his excellent performance against some of Gukesh's more positional choices. And we have another positional choice here, not a Jababa London, but a traditional London, as Gukesh tries desperately to find new territory that will make his opponent uncomfortable.
And Maxime, he's down 20 seconds right now. We're used to seeing him play every move instantly. He does allow White to take his pawn on c5 because his e5 is a break. So now is the moment where Black should really consider protecting c5. He did just that, and this is standard London fare.
Yeah, this is theory, and of course White wants to take on c6 and quickly attack that c6 pawn from all angles, which is why you typically see Black reinforcing the knight. But it seems like MVL has been caught a little bit unawares here. I do like queen b6. I think we're going to see queen a4. And maybe Black should slide the rook over to c8 just to make sure that knight is as protected as possible. But I don't understand the move a4. That just hands over the bishop pair.
Right, because if the queen takes c6, and there's also no queen a4 check.
Oh.
If this queen went back to c8, you would have queen to a4, but you said h4, and he says, no, let me just castle.
Yeah, g4, h4 is a classic idea in the Jababa line, and instead Gukesh just banking on the activity of this knight. I would ignore the eval bar, though. I feel like Black's got a pretty comfortable position, unless... Whoa. Never mind. Throw everything out the window. b4.
This is surprising. What does he want here? Because he's going to have a hard time playing c4, as his b4 pawn will now be loose. So Black should just castle, get out of the center. Darn it, this doesn't look that appealing to me.
No, but if White can get c4 in the right version... I think Black's queen experiences some problems finding a good parking spot. It could slide over to its initial square on d8, and then maybe White could shove this pawn down to c5, and ultimately try to get the knight around to the blockading post on d4, which is what he's doing first.
Yeah, knight b3, knight d4. This is quick play from Gukesh, both on the board and on the clock. He is up nearly a minute, but Maxime's position looks incredibly solid.
And what I don't like is that once this knight disappears, and MVL probably shouldn't take immediately because of, well, he does. Knight takes f5, though, is what concerned me about this move. And what was the hurry? I thought MVL should have dropped his bishop back first.
And you look at Maxime, he brings his knight back. Said, please have my bishop on e7. I'll simply take back. Look at Black's pawn structure. It's perfect. White might have the c3 weakness to deal with. I don't see an issue, Danya. Unless that bishop on f4 can go to a square like c5, I don't really see why White would have an advantage.
If Maxime didn't have a 7-point lead, I think he would have more carefully investigated the prospect of keeping the tension. But given that he's more than happy with solid play, he's more than happy with a draw that milks another 5 minutes off the clock, he's going for the path of least resistance. It's smart, professional play by Maxime. And if I would prefer anybody, I would probably take Black here, because that knight is going to sink its teeth into this beautiful outpost on d5. First, the rook is going to get to the open file, and I think Black is better.
Black looks great. Every piece on a good square, and you see bishop e5. Queen b5 would be my move from Black. Let's trade these queens off. b4 is loose. There are no weaknesses in Black's camp, and he goes f6 first, but queen b5 likely next.
Queen b5. I think White has to keep the queens with queen g4. Black's only weakness is now the e6 pawn. An instructive mistake would have been to play e5, but look at Gukesh. The sick tactics with queen g4 forking and picking up the knight.
This reminds me of the game between Nakamura and Yesipenko from one of the Grand Prix. It was something like this, where Black's king suddenly was under fire once a pawn on the queen side was grabbed. And you see rook c5. So Maxime doesn't take, he doesn't want to open up his king anymore, but there's some long-term weaknesses. And speaking of long-term, the bishop on f6 can slide back all the way in the diagonal. That's a long-range piece, causing some problems for the Black king.
And the queen moves in to support the bishop, pinning the pawn on g7. And Maxime just calmly dropping the knight back to its most well-defended square. And rook d1 can be met by sliding the queen over to f7. And that was actually the point of knight c6. It was to protect the d8 square so that there was no devastating check on d8.
So he does bring the queen to f7. The bishop should probably move out the way. But where to? If you move back to a square like b2 or a1, Black can just go rook takes a5 here. He does that very quickly. Darn it, it's an extra pawn for Black, and I don't see the king falling victim to a checkmating attack.
And rook d5 is another excellent move, forcing White's rook away from the open file. Now everything is stable. He makes another great move, tossing the queen away from e4, and not an iota remains from White's initiative. Where did it go?
It just looked like more than it was, I guess. The a5 pawn was loose after b4 was captured, and he goes queen g4. Let's trade pieces. If you take my queen, I'm happy. If you don't, watch out for rook d1 check. trading off rooks. And if you stop rook d1, maybe this queen takes h4 that you have to look out for.
Queen b3, Gukesh's choice, hitting b7. Maxime drops his rook back, playing very, very solid defensive chess. He's got 27 seconds, but it just seems like Gukesh is running out of tactical ideas to stir the pot.
I like, though, that he got his pawn up to e4.
Oh, or not.
Yeah, rook g5 is about to happen. No rook d1 for black, very importantly. Suddenly, it feels like Maxime's in trouble.
Rook g5 is such a devastating idea because it hits g7. But, Maxime wants to go e5 and shut down this bishop and open up a line of negotiation between the queens. Great defensive move in response.
Yeah, he played it just the right time, allowing for e5 from black. I still think rook g5 looks good, but white doesn't want to trade queens. That's a big problem. That e5, it offers the queen trade, so he starts with queen c2. I don't think we're seeing an exchange sacrifice, Danya, but I don't otherwise see what white is aiming for.
Well, wow, I love king h7 and g6.
It looks so vulnerable, though.
And king h3, though, is now forced. Speaking of vulnerable, but that king on h3 is actually relatively safe. But now e5 shuts down the bishop.
And knight d4, so he brings his knight in. This looks great from MVL. You have to watch out for knight takes f3 check. How is that a blunder?
Apparently, there was a faster way to win. He's gone queen c1. This looks completely winning for black. Apparently, it's not. White could drop the bishop back to b2, and the king could chill on g3. So still some work remaining for MVL, who drops his queen back. Obviously, 10 seconds on the clock. He doesn't want to get too adventurous here.
And queen g3, I thought knight e2 for black looks good. The queen has to go back to e1, so the black knight can... goes into f4. I thought retreat to d4.
e5?
Well, you think black could really be worse here?
Queen e4, yes, I think black could even be lost.
Now black drops h5 with check, and then the rook can slide back to g5 with pawn h5 to follow. Okay, I spoke too soon.
Rook takes h5 and rook g5, though not the easiest line to find, and he finds it. And queen e6 is just a one-move check, king h2, and h5 is devastating. Everything is being captured here. Bang! Gukesh is going to take another one here.
And he wins. So Gukesh now is back within 6 points. Still a huge lead for Maxime, but Gukesh really did outplay him. He tried very hard, and he was able to secure that point.
And it really has been a night and day difference between the confidence level that Gukesh has displayed and his ability and time pressure. But can he string together consecutive wins, Robert? This has been plaguing him. Every time we start thinking he's knocking on the door, he might get another win. Bang, MVL pushes it back to 7. Gukesh needs a victory with the black pieces.
Look at the scoreboard. In the 5+1, it was 8.5 to 1.5. Here in the 3+1, Gukesh actually leads 3.5, 2.5. So it got away from him early, but if we could restart the match, I don't think Gukesh would be losing by 7 points in the longest time control, and then we'd be seeing a toss-up.
But not only is he showing signs of life, I once again like the way he's been playing this game, going for a double-edged Sicilian. I don't know about d6. I would have contemplated getting the bishop outside the pawn chain first. Instead, he parks it on e7, kind of a more modest approach. Now Maxime could swing the knight back to e3 and potentially forward to f5.
Yeah, this looks very nice for Maxime because the bishop on e7 is looking a bit sad. If it goes up to g5, well, the knight goes into f5, as you're indicating. So I don't see a huge future, especially because that pawn is on h5. If you could put it back on h7, black could have castled. But with it all the way up on h5, castling becomes more difficult.
Knight f4, met with knight f5. But now black can calmly deflect with bishop f6 and chase the knight away with g6. I like the way that Gukesh has arranged his minor pieces on the king side, and it might be that knight f5 was a little bit impulsive.
And he takes on f4. So this looks great for black, who can station that bishop on e5, as you're pointing out, and the knight on f5 might get trapped.
I think MVL might have to evacuate that knight via d4 and f3, which is why c5 is actually a very serious possibility for black, and it creates the direct threat of g6, which would trap the knight on the spot.
How do you played it? Play c5. How do you respond to that move? The knight is stuck in its place. Oh, bishop c4 was cute, though. The d6 pawn was loose.
But Gukesh doesn't care. Bishop e5. And bishop takes c6 merely encourages black to recapture and hit the knight and trap the knight. And Maxime has to walk on hot coals here to avoid dropping a minor piece. And he might not be able to uncork all of the best moves with 2 minutes on the clock. So far, though, he's found all of the best moves yet again.
And look at this. The d6 pawn will be captured with e5 to follow.
Oh,
so
man.
black needs to find a good move right now. I don't see anything particularly great at the moment. So queen c7, but that looks too slow. The knight gets back to h4.
Oh, yeah, you give white an escape route. There might even be some tactical ideas. Yeah, bishop takes c6 and knight h4. Not only is white slinking back to f3, but in that position, white's also threatening a fork on g6. Apparently, the best move here is f3, and he's played it, just as I'm saying it.
What a find. So knight takes d6. There'll always be queen h4 ideas going after the white king. I mean, f takes g2 is huge. How does white survive this? Now that it's been played, which I wasn't even looking at, this looks very scary.
Gosh, where was this in the 5-minute portion? Gukesh is a new man. In these last, one could even say 15 minutes, rook to g1 by MVL, calmly defending the g2 pawn. Now, once again, g6 walks into knight takes d6. The position extremely messy and hard to handle for both sides.
This is very difficult. The eval bar in black's favor, but Gukesh probably has like one move to keep that advantage. Bishop takes f5. I don't love the look of. The opposite color bishops should give white some good control and attacking chances. So if not for bishop takes f5, definitely not bishop takes c4. That's just strategically losing at this point. I'm running out of ideas.
I'll tell you the best move. It's bishop e6 back to d7, which is an incredibly hard move, not just to find, but to understand. You have to keep the bishop pair, then calmly bring the queen out to f6. My instinct, Robert, is to take on f5 and follow up with queen h4. The problem is that doesn't really create any threats, because even in that situation, f takes g2 runs into rook takes g2, and even if you're allowed to play queen takes h3, it doesn't do all that much, let alone the fact that MVL has just uncorked yet another powerful move, and Gukesh blunders a rook.
Did he blunder or he sacrificed it? Because he played the move rook a7 very quickly. So let's go down this line. I mean, queen c8 check. If we can bring up an analysis board, king e7. We might get this on the game board as well. Queen takes f takes g2. Is there something in the air here, or is it just completely hopeless?
I think it's largely hopeless, and I think it all hinges around the fact that this position is a complete dead end for black, right? You take h3, congrats. Therefore, you have to take on c4, but now even something mundane like queen takes h5 should be a technically winning position.
And look at the game. He takes the rook on h8, and Gukesh takes the pawn on f2, and the engine is just all the way up for white. Queen g3 is the obvious threat, threatening checkmate on h2. So as long as you can deal with that threat, white should be in charge. I love that move. I love that
move.
It's fantastic, because if king takes queen h5, queen f3, just liquidate and save your king.
It was too good to be true. It was too slow. The black king is too weak, and MVL was looking for all these tactics. He found one that he liked. He's going to simplify with an exchange up. Black's position is resignable.
Is there any other move besides king takes f7?
Nope.
I don't really see one, because
queen e8, queen g3, queen g6.
Precisely that. Okay, so if queen f3, is it actually game over, or can black trade queens and claim that white's pawn structure is bad enough that there will be some chances for black, even though you're down in exchange?
I mean, I wouldn't resign there, and definitely in a non-increment situation, that can be hard to win. It just feels so debilitating when you're in exchange and a pawn down. Given the clock situation in the match, it might be worth resigning, and he does. And it is, I've said this for 6 times now, back to a 7-point lead. And yet again, Gukesh can't seem to pull out a game with the black pieces. He came really close that time.
But instead of cutting it to 5, it's back up to 7. And Maxime, is that a shark as his avatar? Because he's playing like a shark. And unfortunately for Gukesh, that means that he's the prey.
He most certainly is. Well said and well done by Maxime, demonstrating some incredible opening preparation. 94 uncorked instantly. What on earth is this?
I guess if knight takes f5, there was knight takes d2 ideas. But this is... What is this?
Insanity.
So queen d2. The rook on b1 is loose, so he takes on b7. But after knight takes d4...
Which knight do you
pawn
take?
takes d... Isn't black going to be able to piece for just a couple pawns?
He most certainly is. And that knight could drop back to c4, cutting off the bishop's access to the b5 square, which I think is an integral part of white's initiative to put the bishop on b5. Actually, after knight d4, I think white should take the other knight on d2 and stick the bishop on b5. But if you're not prepared here, I feel like just playing this down a piece like this, man, that's scary.
Clearly, Gukesh had this idea worked out. He's going for it. And for Maxime, he's done this several times today where he pauses just to make sure that he is assessing the position correctly. So he hasn't moved just yet. The bishop on f1 can be captured. He does that. But after knight takes c6, the knight on f1 is not getting out, at least not safely. Whose position would you rather have here?
Definitely white, but you also know my style, so I'm extremely biased. I'm like the worst person to ask that question to. Any side that has more chances of dirty tricks is the side that I prefer. Now, after knight takes c6, bishop to d3, I think necessitates white to take on f1. Instead, he goes f6, trying to stick the pawn on e5 and slice this bishop away and then recapture on c5. I think that's a very ingenious idea by Maxime.
Though the g7 pawn is hanging, so that's what Gukesh is relying on, that if you take c5, g7 will drop, and the black king stuck in the center, at least for now. So he goes bishop d7 first. Such smart play from Maxime.
Heads up move, f6 and e5. Now the bishop is out of the game. Now white's initiative is fizzling out. Now the c5 pawn is going to disappear. It just feels like this one might be slipping away from Gukesh again, but he's still trying. Oh, knight d5, bishop c6.
Oh, and if knight c7, king d7, that's
wow.
really nice.
Beautiful. And he's got to go rook c7, but the smoke clears and black is simply better in the opposite colored bishop endgame with a mate threat of rook d8 on tap.
This looks horrible for white. You're playing essentially down a piece. The bishop on g3 will never see an open diagonal because black will castle, play g5, h6, and unfortunately for that bishop on g3, it's winter time, isn't it?
Dude, this is like classical level. This is classical level. Maybe just one level would be enough for Maxime. He is finding crazy ideas in the sharpest positions, keeping 2 minutes on the clock. And if I may rewind just really, really briefly, I just wanted to show why knight c7 for newer players doesn't win the game for white. It's because after king d7, you're attacking what I like to refer to as the tail of the discovery, right? The piece that's actually giving the check is the one that you want to attack, because wherever the knight moves, you simply take the rook. And to add insult to injury, white would also drop the knight in the quarter. So that was the tactical justification. So therefore, Gukesh was forced to fizzle out into this miserable endgame. And now he's got a lifetime of torture ahead of him.
He's playing down a piece. So what Maxime doesn't really want to do is trade rooks, because he wants to use his rook and bishop. He wants to combine those, coordinate them, and go after some of the weaknesses in the position. And h4, if you take it, then the bishop feels a bit better. But I would even play, or consider, I should say, the move g4 as black. White's rook can't get an open file. White's bishop on g3 is an absolutely miserable piece. So whether it's g4 or h6, it does feel like white is completely frozen.
For sure. Like chess commentators say, black has a very pleasant choice between the pass pawn and the domination against the bishop, or both, which is what MVL goes for. Rook to c4 is going to strike at the bishop and force it back. And once that pawn reaches h4, it feels like white's defensive potential here is limited. There we go, rook c4. And even with the rooks off the board, Robert, I think it is probably losing for white, just because this is an outside passer.
Yeah, the black king could move up the board and help that pawn push forward. So good recognition by you and by Maxime to understand that rook c4 was such a useful idea. The engine's not overly impressed with the advantage for black, but this position, it does look like it's very hard to defend as white.
You have to decide on the order of operations here for black. Do you push that f-pawn forward to f4, preparing to create a second passer? As one Robert Hess would point out, the a-pawn is the wrong color, right? The a1 square is a dark square. You have a light squared bishop, so you cannot leave yourself with just this pawn. But why did Gukesh give away a2 for free?
King b5 and then pawn to c6. I think he wants to distract the black king very desperately so that the bishop on h4 can grab the f6 pawn. But here, that f5 move still looks good for black, so I don't get why he gave up the a-pawn.
Yeah, and Maxime has to use all of the time that he has, where white's going to take the pawn on a7 to push f5, f4, e4, and I think his two passers are going to overwhelm white's forces. c6, c7, the bishop can drop back to e6, Robert, And in some cases, black could even give the bishop away for white's last remaining pawn. It's over.
What's going to happen? No, this is completely winning. H5, H4. The white bishop will have to sacrifice. Take the pawn and then just go with him.
This is also fine. He's going to go king F3 just in time.
To protect both the E4 pawn, the F4 pawn, the F2 pawn is threatened as well. But wait, it's king F3? Oh.
A breakthrough, and that's the only winning move.
Oh my gosh. Do you see that? If you take on E3, there's F3, and after king D3, is there bishop C4 check?
Oh no, bishop C4, F2, and you promote with check and win the game.
So sick.
Oh my gosh, Robert. And that was the only winning move because king F3, apparently king E5 draws the game because white is targeting all of black's pawns. Anyways, we go to the next one. But oh my God, Maxime, what on earth is his form today? What did he have for breakfast?
Wow, that was so nice. And now he's up by 8 points. Well, we know Maxime. He's played in the Speed Chess Championship for the 8th time now. And he eats food during the matches. He likes to keep nourished. But right now, he's just eating Gukesh's pieces, and he's getting away with it.
And this is spiraling completely out of control. It is now an 8-point lead, and he's got the white pieces to boot. He keeps repeating the line. This line keeps working out for him. And this match is the gift that keeps on giving for the Frenchman with 3 names.
And for Gukesh, it's one of those matches where hopefully you can get some takeaways, you learn something, but it has been a one-sided affair.
My coffee tasted bitter after I saw that move.
You don't like the backwards pawn on D6, the open D5 square. And look at Maxime. He keeps doing this. And he is calculating. He's not rushing his decisions. But he's trying to figure out castle queenside, bring his rook to D1 directly. What do you think he's going to go for?
Well, here's what Gukesh overlooked. After castle's queenside A6, there's the tactic knight takes D6 check. And again, it's that pawn on G7. We talked about this in the very first game. That pawn falls. That knight or the rook falls and black loses on the spot. This position is dead lost. Knight takes D6 is a massive threat for which there is no good answer.
Is there a single move here? Like G6 doesn't look right. Rook it looks ugly, Danya. You don't get a castle or king, but we have to say that probably was the best available option.
I agree completely, but it doesn't make it any less ugly.
What does black do now? A6? I think you have to start kicking out white's knights.
You have to play A6. I mean, knight H5 is the only other move that came to my mind, but I don't even want to talk about it. Queen F3 and knight D5 is coming.
But A6, bishop F6, A takes B5, the bishop on F6 will be safe there because the G7 pawn is pinned to the rook. So you can just play bishop takes B5 at the end, white steals a pawn. This is what's happening, but it's extra material for white and a huge advantage.
Great call by you and by MVL. That bishop is safe as houses, and rook H8 no longer is it safe as houses. It's got to drop back to G5. Don't take G7 because the rook will return to G8, closing the door on the bishop. No need to grab more pawns. But knowing Maxime, queen sack?
I like that. I was going to say, I think that's actually white's best try. That if we can bring up an analysis board, bishop takes G7, you give up your queen after rook G8, bishop F8, rook takes G3. Then you have bishop takes D6 at the end here. And how much material does white have for the sacrifice queen?
A lot. White's got a rook, a piece, and a bunch of pawns. And to make matters worse, all of white's pieces are streaming into these squares. Great call, Robert. That was one of the calls of the match. He's done exactly that. This is on the board.
Maxime is unbelievable, incredible, whatever adjective we can use to describe his play, it will not be enough. He has been on absolute fire. He's no rook H7, rook H8, checkmate the black king. And while Maxime has his head in his hands, it's not because he's scared. He's at this point just maybe bored of winning.
And just look at the symphony of pieces, how every piece operates in concert. The bishop pins the knight. The rook infiltrates to H8. The other bishop can drop back with a discovery. The rook restricts the king. The knight can jump into D5. The white king is completely safe. Every piece has a role to play. And even though black has a queen and white doesn't, it could not matter less. Queen F6, knight D5 is beautiful. Rook H8 and bishop C5 wins the game. And at this point, it's just the finishing touches that MVL has to put.
And he goes rook H8 check. He goes bishop C5. The bishop can take the rook on d1, but unfortunately the queen will be lost and the game is lost. It's another win for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He is now up 14-5, Danya. That's right, 14-5.
He is a surgeon. That's the kind of precision that he's operated with, and maybe he should perform some open heart surgery after this match, given how accurately he has targeted his opponent's king. That last game, Robert, that was the cherry on top. That queen sacrifice, it epitomizes the kind of form, the kind of gusto, the energy with which Maxime has played from the very first minutes of this match.
14-5. It is super one-sided. We saw Maxime leave his chair. The players, they get a break heading into the bullet chest. We're going to do the same. But before we do go to break, we do want to take a moment to thank AG1, the new partner of the SCC. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use the command AG1 in chat. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the SCC. Danya, I'm thirsty. I might need to get a refill. That's Danny on the poster, but I think it's a well-deserved break for the players and for us.
It most certainly is. We will have 30 minutes of bullet coming up. Obviously, the match is not over. You will not want to miss more of MVL's incredible form. So even if he ends up getting this match, this is a sparkling performance, and anybody who's interested in watching the top players play at their best form should watch these 30 minutes.
At this point, it might be about breaking records for MVL in terms of a spread between him and his opponent. But Maxime, he's in great form. He is a force to be reckoned with. And we're going to take a break. This is the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be right back before the bullet.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. That man that you see on the screen in front of you leads by the score 14-5. His name is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he, Danya, has been around for quite a while. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's won his first French Junior Championship under 20 before Gukesh was even born.
Before the iPhone came into existence. I have an Android, by the way, but it doesn't matter. That was 2007. MVL became a Grandmaster in 2005. That's also when I first heard of him, Robert. I played my first World Youth Chess Championship under 10 in Belfort, France. Now I'm feeling like Yasser. And MVL, I think, got third place in the under 18 section. He was already a Grandmaster, and I remember hearing that name announced, him walking to the podium. Oh my God, Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, something in the stratosphere, because back then, that's how you actually thought about Grandmasters. So great to see MVL having one of the most illustrious careers of anybody in modern chess.
2021 World Blitz Champion. He also was the 7th highest rated classical player in history. And now he's showing his prowess in the quicker time controls. This is the bullet segment, 30 minutes left. And Danya, a 9-point spread. It's a lead for Maxime. I think the only way that Gukesh has a chance is if he wins each and every game, because you get about 9 games in the bullet.
Oh, you're absolutely right. He needs to wipe the floor with MVL, who's gotten quite a bit of bullet practice in the recent bullet brawls. I faced him quite a few times. He is just ridiculously fast. He can be so fast and accurate. I just don't see this happen. But let's see how the bullet segment unfolds. We have a Caro-Kann once again. We'll ask MVL about his choice of Caro-Kann, which has served him quite well throughout all of the time controls.
And we see that in this game, Gukesh has more time than he started with, and he knows he needs to operate quickly. But look at that. The center is now open. If DE5, knight takes E5, even looks very good for black. The D3 square, the open D file. This is not the start that Gukesh needed.
Absolutely not. His pieces are discombobulated. They're passive. The knight is jumping into D3 potentially. F4 is going to shut down this dark squared bishop. Blech.
Blech is right. I like that sound effect. The E4 pawn is defended by the bishop. Look at black's bishops compared to white's. The white bishops are doing nothing.
Oh.
Black's bishops are just... What was that? Oh, he gives him a pawn for an attack.
Eric, the E-pawn, and Florian, the F-pawn, advancing in concert there. So he's going to double on the F-file. A very bullety move, shall we say.
I like that. Bullety. It's exactly what it is. But black's king is still safer. White's king has only one pawn in front of it. What was that?
What a move. It's the best move. Queen G3 out of nowhere. And if you take it, white recaptures on E7, and suddenly black's in trouble.
And look at that move. A collinear response. This is sick chess by both of them.
This is amazing. Great use of the term collinear move. And it wasn't just a fancy move. It was the best move. And now white's pawns on the queen side are under serious fire.
B2 is loose. He pushes, as you mentioned, C3 becomes a problem. And white's king is a little bit more open. Is there something coming to F2? Maybe the rook? It takes B2 first, but rook is going to slam on F2. That's why I put his rook on F1 to trade. But Donna, now we're trading into at least one pawn down ending.
And it might even be 2 pawns. Queen takes C3. Queen takes B7. And at a minimum, you could have taken an A5 there with 2 extra pawns. Now he's got a free hand in the endgame. He's going to win this.
He certainly will, unless he loses all 3 pawns, for the bishop. But black won by resignation. Gukesh understands that he doesn't have time to delay the inevitable. He needs to resign on the spot and then win 10 games in a row.
Now, obviously, Robert, like you said earlier, we don't want to mislead the chat. We like close matches. Close matches are the most interesting types of matches, but it's also not the only reason to watch an SEC match. When you've got a player in as good a form as MVL is right now, watching for the sake of learning from him and watching for the sake of chess beauty, that's a completely valid reason to enjoy an SEC match. Yes, a comeback at this point is all but impossible, but let's just appreciate Maxime's form throughout all 3 of these time controls.
It's why I love commentating and watching chess, is there is something to learn from each and every game. And not just that, each and every move. So you see that Maxime, he is the 3rd most experienced player in this year's SEC by games played. That is 461 games in the SEC. Only Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura have played more. So Wesley, Hikaru, yeah, they're mainstays at the top, but so is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That is a pretty good company to be in, and Now d5 is in the company of 3 of white's pieces, all of which are aimed at that pawn. How do you defend it?
He goes c4, so queen d2, there might be a... Well, is there even bishop b4? No, because the knight can still take on d5. Queen f5, g6, maybe a rook c5 will happen at the right moment.
It has to happen, and it does happen. And knight takes d5 here. Can you make it work if you're Maxime? No,
Knight
rook d5 and h6.
Oh. So that's happening, but h6, queen h6, knight takes d5? There's no knight g5 because the knight slides back to f6. It's very important.
I thought Maxime should have picked up the c4 pawn. It would have also prevented the queen from jumping into e4. Instead, he lifts the rook up via d4, and it's still not over.
No, he's trading queens, and look at this. It's 3 pawns for the bishop. Look at how much time this endgame is going to milk off the matchlock. Even if MVL ultimately loses, he is going to take away the time needed for Gukesh to keep this match even within mathematical sights.
I'm not a particularly experienced bullet player. I've only played a couple games in my career, but generally I like the pawns because pawns can be pushed. They're easy to push. In this particular position, I like black because it's very hard for white to actually create a pass. White doesn't have a single pass pawn. And if you play a3, well, you can't even play a3, right? So you have to just arrange your pawns on the dark squares and hope for the best. But Gukesh skillfully maneuvers his knight to the center. He's going to try to dislodge this rook from c4 and deal with the activity of white's pieces. Still completely unclear. It's a 3-result game.
So many pawns, 3 of them for the bishop. The bishop's getting chased around. The knight on d7 does protect that. But what can black actually attack? That is the essential question here. Is the f2 pawn as a base? He goes a4, allowing b4. That a4 pawn can be a target later that white can go after.
And now white actually has a pass pawn. That is white's first passer. MVL playing for restriction, dominating the knight on d7, moving the king up to c4, pushing the pawn up to b5, and white suddenly winning. That pawn is going all the way to b8.
Just, you can't stop it. Knight b8, rook c8, and that's game over.
And rook c7 is a devastating threat, eliminating the knight, which is stopping white's pawn from promoting. It's all over. And another win for MVL. He can't lose even if he tries.
He is unstoppable. 16-5 lead for Maxime. This is unfortunate for Gukesh, but sometimes you just have to marvel at the brilliance of some chess players, and Maxime is doing everything correct. It feels like literally everything. There have been a few moments where things have gone the other way, but Danya, Maxime has just been absolutely superb.
Absolutely. And, you know, Gukesh has a lot of fans. We certainly appreciate his incredible talent. And he hasn't tilted today. He hasn't given any games away. He hasn't done anything atrocious. He's just gotten soundly outplayed, right? And you just got to tip your hat to Maxime for his universality, his tactical vision, and his speed thus far in the bullet, where he's won 2 out of 2 games.
Unreal. And Maxime, he continues to play fast. He continues to play well. In this position, you see the eval bar saying black is slightly better. There's double pawns on the B line. For white, those are potential targets. And white doesn't have a clear target to point at. In black's position, I would take black. I don't like having compromised pawn structures in bullet games.
Gukesh trying to activate on the king side. G4 pushed, but F5 striking away at the G4 pawn. That's a very thematic idea. Even with queens on the board, with queens off the board, there's very low stakes for black because the king is ultimately going to be safe regardless of whether the G file opens or not.
And this knight G6 move, it hints to me that he wants F4, but he can't play F4 because his knight on G6 is loose. So this position is still one where both sides have their fair share of chances. But Danya, what is black actually aiming for on the king side?
Yeah, that's a great question. He overprotects the F5 pawn, but I think overlooked the move knight F4. All hands on deck for Maxime. He's definitely worse here. That bishop on E6 is trapped is the wrong word because it's not in danger of being won, but black is a little bit paralyzed here, stuck in molasses as he does Maxime to reshuffle his pieces, maybe go G5 and chase this knight out of F4. He's somehow gotten his bishop out of there.
And G5, suddenly maybe black can play for more. If you trade on H5, as if you trade on G4, white probably would take back with the F pawn. So look at this. The E5 square is the bishops for the taking. It's going back and forth. That's the nature of bullet.
It really is. F4 comes to mind here. You can also play bishop takes F6 and E4. He takes on F5 first, blundering the E3 pawn. And now he's dead lost.
That is a very important pawn because f5 can be captured. He doubles his rooks, but that's how quickly these things turn around. We laugh, but it's really unfortunate for Gukesh. Just dropping the e3 pawn is a disaster for him.
And that was a great maneuvering game by Gukesh. All he had to do was play e4. Instead, he fell asleep for one move, tried to insert that move, g takes f5, and instead he got the worst possible version of this position. And now there goes another pawn. There goes another game. There goes another point.
Maxime has a 12-point lead. It is a dozen, and no matter what Gukesh throws at him, it doesn't appear to be enough. I mean, Maxime hasn't taken his foot off the gas pedal, despite the fact that he's already clinched this match.
There's just certain players who are capable of delivering a beating like that, right? Hikaru Nakamura is the obvious case. Magnus Carlsen, but MVL is in that number. When he starts feeling it, he will win every single game. He will not give you a single extra half point.
No, he just doesn't stop winning, and that's what he's doing in this match. And as we eventually get to this final stretch of games, Gukesh, maybe he can cut the deficit. Excuse me. Something caught my throat, Danya.
Take your time. Take your time. Well, MVL has plenty of time on his clock. He's also got an extra pawn in this position. Obviously, not to be cynical here, the match is over. MVL has won, but we can again still appreciate and marvel at the accuracy of the remaining games. True chess professionals don't just randomly take their foot off the gas pedal and say, here, take a couple consolation points. That's not his style.
No, and no top player enjoys losing games. So to end with a couple wins, that's going to be nice. And let's not forget about the prize fund. The prize fund is half of the allotted number to the winner, and then the other half is split by win percentage. So MVL can be racking up the big bucks if he keeps winning.
And he is going to continue winning because that knight is going to sink its teeth into f5. The other knight is going to jump into d5. I think this is another point in the making. This is getting really ugly. He's going to win 4 out of the first 4 bullet games.
Oh, nice move.
What a move.
Knight d3. Rook takes d3 is met by queen takes f5. That was a sick find.
They're great. And queen takes f5 is going to happen. White's got to watch out because that bishop on b6 is controlling the king's only escape square. The problem is that after knight takes g3, h takes g3, if you could take your own pawn from h6, you would have queen h7 mate. How sick would that be? And how sick is this going to be? But, oh, Maxime's going to hold it with queen a4.
Oh, queen a4. What a move that is because queen h5 is checkmate. He goes queen e2, same exact principle, stopping the black queen from getting to the last file. Danya, it's an extra pawn for white on the queen side. And now after knight d5, knight e7 check is going to hurt.
I think you've said it best. No matter what Gukesh throws at him, MVL always seems to emerge on top. Doesn't matter how close he is to getting mated. And knight e7 check is brilliant because after the queen recaptures on e7, it swings back to h4, blocking the check on h5 and winning another game. It's up to, what is it now, 15? 13.
It feels like infinity. It just feels that one-sided today. We know Gukesh is a star. He is a top 10 player in the world. He is now higher rated than Anand. It's the first time that's happened in like 37 years. So for Gukesh, it's not his day. He does focus more on classical events, but it just have to tip your proverbial cap to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He has been nothing short of spectacular.
Absolutely. And, this is the great thing, I think, about the chess community at large. Nobody's going to look at this match and say, Gukesh is on the decline or, he's overrated. This is a blitz match. Like you said, Gukesh doesn't play as much online. That's his choice. It's an extremely respectable choice. He had d5 there, by the way, winning the game. That was a brief opportunity. But ultimately, like you said, have to tip your hat, have to marvel at the accuracy, the speed, the universality displayed by MVL. And he will need a lot more where that came from if he wants to beat Gukesh's compatriot Nihal Sarin, who is quite a bit more experienced in the online blitz arena.
And one of the things that Nihal does so well is when he's down in the final seconds, which seems like it's the case all the time. Like even in blitz games, he's spending a lot of time early and then finding the best moves with just 2 seconds on his clock. Gukesh, on the other hand, has struggled with that today. There have been moments where he mouse slipped, he lost on time, he let go of huge advantages. So Maxime knows he'll have his hands full in the quarterfinal matchup. And here in this particular game, he also has his hands full because these knights, they dominate the bishops. That bishop on b7 is lucky to be called one.
Honestly, just to tie off our earlier topic, it's just crazy to me that the epicenter of, well, this is a slightly reductionist point of view, but it all started with that mouse slip in the first game, right? I hate to be that guy, but imagine if Gukesh had carried forward that win. He'd gotten that point. He would have led in the match. You never know how the match would have played out. And it's amazing to me how these SEC matches, they often do boil down to how you start. I think this is one of the lessons that I've learned from commentating so many years of the SEC. It's a really long match, but the start, the first 2 games, might be the most important games of the whole match.
I think that a lot of players would agree with you, that if you get off to a slow start, sometimes you just feel out of it. But here in this match, it was all Maxime early. Now it's a bit too late for Gukesh, but this position, if he doesn't win this, that would really hurt his spirit.
He's playing brilliantly as he gets his knight over to b3. This is Gukesh's best bullet game thus far. Moves his queen back. Can he find the finishing touch? Knight a5. He goes rook a5, preparing b5. Smashing through on the a file and winning the game.
So he's going to take on a6 with the knight, and the a file remain open. In fact, he officially wins that game, his first in the bullet time control. So it's 18-6. It's still a one-sided match, but that had to feel at least a little bit relieving.
Absolutely. There's some rating. You get on the board. Let's see if he can strike with a couple more victories. We have an Caro-Kann by Gukesh. He's just running the gauntlet of chess openings. That is one of the benefits of, being this down in the match. You can allow yourself some more experimentation.
And you see all the moves coming in. There's a doubled e-pawns for black, but one of those is an extra pawn. That bishop on f7 really is a pawn, but black seems solid for the time being, as it's hard for white to throw all the pieces forward.
Absolutely. And the knight swings back to d7 to cover the e5 square. This is a classic idea trotted out by Maxime, who sacrifices the pawn on e6 in order to cripple black's pawn structure. And what will he do now to accumulate the pressure in the center?
Oof, knight to b4, hitting the bishop, and the a2 pawn can be captured. He doesn't capture it. Darn it. Isn't that a2 pawn hanging with check, and the knight can just go, not anymore. I thought it could just go back to b4.
I don't understand anything anymore about this game. It absolutely could have captured on a2, because that would have also opened the doors for queen a5 with massive threats on the a file. Now he's got to go back to c6. That allows, no. I'm just not going to say anything in this game.
I thought there was no way you could grab this a2 pawn, but he does it, and the engine doesn't completely hate it. So maybe black has an opportunity to start just opening up the position, maybe bring a rook to c8 at the right moment. But how is that knight going to survive?
It's not, and it's going to be consigned to a miserable existence on a2. But not only is it miserable in itself, it's also dragging the queen down with it, which is why Gukesh's last hope is to run this pawn all the way down to b3. Will we see some sort of a sack on g6? Maybe no need for that.
Queen c6 is a great move, hitting the rook in the corner. Now black castles, because if you take the knight on d7, there are still these b3 type of ideas. So bishop c7 would have trapped the queen perhaps, but he's going for checkmate.
Is a lovely game.
HG.
And Robert,
Lovely.
b3, I think he will play bishop takes g6 to open up the h file. And the king always has c1 as an escape square if the knight ever moves away. h6 is going to be shoved through by Maxime. There's got to be a mate somewhere on the king side.
But where is it? That's the big question. Bishop f6 for black. What does white do here? Maybe it's up to your... No, it goes queen 6, and now suddenly black is perfectly okay.
Queen f5, rook f7 is a simple defensive move, and suddenly black might be taking over the initiative with b3 or even bc.
Takes the knight. Knight takes c3. That
c3.
looks good. Open up the white king.
bc. Now rook b8 is a huge threat. That's mate. And MVL down to 3 seconds.
It goes queen a4, but queen b6 threats queen b2 mate.
And it's still not over. He jettisons a bishop. He jettisons both bishops, but here comes the knight, and we enter a new stage of the game.
And now what is the material count? White has to be down at least one pawn, and white's king is open.
But queen c3 would have set up threats of d5. Instead, he tucks the queen away to a3. Queen takes e7 was not possible there.
Now
he's trying to
queen
get the
trade is
queens
offered.
off.
It's it's got to be a mate. Rook E7 is back right,
He's gonna win.
and the rook on F6 hanging.
Queen C8.
Oh!
Yeah. Rook B7 was winning there.
No way. That is, after the game will show that is sickening.
And speaking of sickening, the way he's winning this, or is he winning this? King G8 gets out of the pin.
This is bullet chess on full display right now. King C8 made it now. Rook G7, Queen 8.
Oh, mate. What in the world did we just see?
Can we get an analysis board for this? Can you show that Rook B7 move? Because if he had played that, I would have just left.
I would have left too. I mean, I'm on the verge of leaving just because of the way that he converted that. Look at this position. Rook B7. If you take with the rook, there's mate. And it's both a deflection. No, it's a double deflection. You're deflecting either the rook or you're deflecting the queen, and it's mate in either case. And notice how the queen on C3 covers the A5 square, which is also super important. What an incredible move this would have been. How did he not find this, Robert? Honestly, very pathetic display by MVL in this match.
Shame on him for not finding Rook B7. What a move that would have been. That is just a beautiful tactic. So look at this game right now, Maxime, with the black pieces, as if he hasn't done enough winning. I really like his position. He has his pieces staring down towards the white.
Oh, knight takes D6 was the soft spot missed by, but it's a bittersweet pawn. It's a Pyrrhic victory, shall we say, because now there's a big attack down the B file.
This looks very promising for both sides, as white gave up the G pawn to throw out the H pawn up the board after FG4, bishop G4. This has Sicilian vibes to it. King's Indian Sicilian mix.
Absolutely. This is my type of opening, but it feels intuitively like black's attack is much, much slower. Black isn't even really threatening anything. Maybe A4, A3 is the most immediate idea, but can white sack on H5? Is it too early for that? Probably is too early for that.
Right, because with GH, the bishop can go back to G4, and the move knight D1 wasn't loved by the engine. I like A4 threatening knight B3 check to open up the A file.
Very similar to the ideas in the previous game. Instead, Maxime shaking the hornet's nest with knight F4. I would not have touched that knight in a million years. Queen H7, King F8. Is he really going to get away with this?
No way. There's got to be bishop takes F4 and knight takes F7 in some order. And knight F7 first is even more precise.
I didn't even realize that D3 was hanging, but look at that knight on D1. Knight C2 and knight A3 was a threat of a perpetual, which is why he takes that knight from the board. And queen takes G6 is going to end it. Too many threats here, one would think.
One would think, but with Maxime, you can never count him out. He does bring the knight to F4, saving the G6 pawn.
Bishop back to E3. Oh!
So where is the end? Is his rook F1 coming? Is it going to be that simple?
The knight can retract to G5. You just got to be very careful not to allow black's king to escape via E7. Because once the king reaches the queen side, it's actually game over. Here, king E7 runs into the accurate queen G5, sending it back to D8. It's over.
Gukesh takes another bullet game. It will not lead him to winning this match, but 19-7 is the score. And if he can get some more bullet wins, then he'll at least look at the final score with a little bit less displeasure.
That was a great game. And I really would commend Gukesh on trying his absolute best to the very end of the match. That's hard to do when you know it's over, when you know you're getting blown out. But he did the same thing against Magnus Carlsen. He fought to the last drop of blood, and that really raises the entertainment value of the games. Speaking of entertainment value, what on earth are we getting here? It's like the same type of opening as in the previous game, except with a king's reversed. No,
G3,
kings are in the same spot.
That's a good move because you're trying to open up the flank. G4 now, eventually bring a rook to G1. He goes H4, which hands over all the light squares.
And he's trying to set up an anchor spot for his knight on G5, but careful not to drop G3 with a fork.
So he goes rook to G1. He was careful, and knight H7 takes away the G5 jump. Suddenly, black looks like he's ready to deal with all of the initial threats, but at some point, G4 for white could be a huge nuisance. The bishop on H3 is kind of trapped over there.
And once the knight would have jumped to F4, you could have traded it by dropping the knight back to E2. Instead, he was trying to eliminate the knight, but its brother runs in to help. Now G4 again is possible, maybe even an exchange sack on F4, but he takes a different approach.
The knight comes back to H7. No way. The queen improved itself to E3. G4 is a winning threat.
Oh, because of rook F4 and queen H3, and he misses it. Another brilliancy by MVL. Bang.
Every game is MVL who's finding the tactics. And B5, that's standard, trying to open up the side of the board, but you're not getting much open space. The rooks are not going to barrel down at the white king. G5 kicks the knight out of there. This is looking very, very good.
But look at Gukesh fighting back with a nice little tactic. He's still losing, but now it's a little bit more double-sided. But man, that bishop on B5, it's guarding the E8 square. Gukesh simply resigns. No, this is a losing position. And another win, another sparkling win by Maxime as we hit 5.5 minutes in this match.
20-7 is our score. And Gukesh scored 7 points against Magnus a year ago. And Maxime, this is not an over-exaggeration. Maxime can rise to the caliber of Magnus in the Speed Chess Championship. And I say that knowing that Maxime beat Magnus head-to-head back in 2020. So it's been proven. There's evidence there. You can go back and watch that match. That Maxime, when he's playing in his absolute best form, he can beat even Magnus in this format. And so Gukesh had his hands full from the beginning, and it hasn't stopped.
You don't win the World Blitz Championship by accident. You don't beat Magnus Carlsen by accident. You don't play in the SEC every year and play over 400 games by accident. And this is the kind of form that wins SCCs, right? This is exactly what you need, except you need this every match. And you will definitely need more of this against Nihal.
Nihal is one of the top competitors on the server. And, it's Nihal, there's Alireza, there's Magnus, there's Hikaru. There are so many great players. Wesley So has been a mainstay of the SEC. Fabi just won a nice match against Nodirbek yesterday.
Yeah.
So the youth thus far, they've struggled a little bit here with Nodirbek was not able to get past Fabi. And now Gukesh, he struggled mightily against Maxime. So I think for those of you who are writing off the veteran players or those who have decades of experience, not so fast. Although in this game, Maxime is showing again that the experience pays off.
It's just so funny how, how relative age in chess is, right? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is 32 years old, right? By any stretch of the imagination, that is very, very young. You are at the peak of your powers. I mean, Robert Hess is a case in point. But compared to someone like Alireza, you're 31, not 32. Compared to someone like Alireza, you feel like, MVL is a cougar. It's all relative. It all depends on which generation you're comparing to, which I think is kind of fascinating.
Well, Timur Rajabov had a quote at the Tata Steel event where he was saying he used to be the youngest player in all of these competitions, right? He famously beat Kasparov in Linares and all this stuff. But now he looks around and he's the older guy. He's the veteran. He's the one who says, put those kids, remind them that the older generation still has it. But in this match, nobody needed reminding. Maxime has been dominant ever since that first game mouselet.
And he's just picked up another one with black. That was a really one-sided game, an opening blunder by Gukesh. I had a moment like that, Robert, as well, a realization. As an FM and IM, when I would play Grandmasters and I needed, let's say, a draw for a GM norm, I'd always think to myself before the game, they're already a Grandmaster. They're already established. Why won't they just give me a draw? Do something nice for a young'un. When I became a GM and I'm sitting across the board from a FIDE master who's looking at me wide-eyed, I can tell with his eyes he's begging me for a draw. I'm already feeling like that old crotchety, I don't want to give him a draw. I don't want anybody joining the ranks of Grandmasters. So I realized, when you get old, you get mean as a chess player.
I appreciate that you're as curmudgeonly as I am because, some other people, they'd happily hand away those points. But no, some others say you're going to have to get, not by me, but through me.
Dikembe Mutombo finger wag time. And MVL is getting through the first match. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you just did the Dikembe wag. I'm a fan of that. Dikembe, the absolute legend, defensive player of the year, winner 4 times, if I'm not mistaken. So Dikembe deserves all of the praise. But this is not Dikembe. This is the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave show.
It is indeed. They have an Alapin with an extra pawn for black, but Gukesh down to 10 seconds on the clock here. And I think Maxime is going to push the knight away, likely with A3 at some point. This position is pretty promising for black. C5 was a really nice move. Followed up.
You didn't love that decision, it seems, but black is a pawn ahead, and white doesn't have
Oh!
at least a clearance. But he walked into bishop h6.
Man, Gukesh just hasn't felt it. He just hasn't had it.
He's lucky that this isn't just completely losing for black. He gave up a rook for just a bishop, but that c pawn is good compensation, and he takes on e5. His king is safe. He has 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook, but of course, Maxime is the side for choice.
And in the context of a bullet game, this is, I wouldn't say dead loss, but close to loss, just because the rook is such a difficult piece to deal with only a couple of seconds left. I love the way that Gukesh is doing it. He's immobilized the rook by pinning it. He is now ready to play c4. And this game turned around in the span of like 3 moves.
I was about to agree with you, but before I could, Gukesh said, no, don't do just that. And look at this e3 right now. Is that going to hurt with queen h1 check?
Oh, it is going to hurt. But how much is it going to hurt? The king is going to make its way to d3, and MVL is still alive. Like I said, he can't lose these games even when he tries.
How is this not losing? The rook is all the way away from the king and the queen, but the king can slide back to e2. Queen.
It's a draw. It's a draw.
Gosh.
How is this a draw? The king is wide open. All of the pieces are hanging, and somehow there are no forks. There's just no way to fork the rook on a7.
There are enough light squares for the king. It's a draw by repetition, and I believe that should conclude the match.
Concluded, yeah.
14 points in Maxime Vachier-Lagrav's favor. He has been amazing.
He has been incredible across all time controls, across all positions. Honestly, a paragon of what a successful SCC match looks like. He got off to that 5-0 start, and he didn't just rest on his laurels, because sometimes you do see, those 2-0 or 3-0 starts, and then you see players kind of giving a couple points away. Not MVL. There was a brief scare in the 3-minute portion, but it was very brief, Robert. Every time we thought that Gukesh was maybe mounting a little bit of momentum, bang, there was a brilliant game with the white pieces to bring that lead back up to 7 points, and then later into double digits.
There was just no opportunity for Gukesh to feel like he was back in it. Maxime gave him very few chances, and the chances that were there were not converted. And in this final game, Danya, I'm happy that they're playing like this. It's very messy. The black king doesn't look very safe, but the white king on c1, it's safe for now, but things can change.
Yeah, but black's minor pieces on that king side aren't safe either. A lot of liquidation here. Bishop takes c7, thrown in by Gukesh. Queen e3. Now the other knight could try to come into the rescue, and it does. It's a wild position. Not sure who's playing for the advantage here.
Where does this queen even go?
f3. But then knight g5, and black gets out of it.
Just running away, and he goes queen h6. The bishop should move up to, is it g6 or f5? I'm not sure which is better. He goes g6. That looks very natural. But I guess white can just play his knight f3, knight e5, and instead of playing for checkmate, you just play for very natural and strong moves.
And if black castles queenside, then knight takes c6 would fork the queen and the rook. It looks like Maxime is borderline lost. It is a meaningless final game. This is, of course, purely cosmetic. The match is over and has been over for a long time. And let's see if Maxime can pull out yet another comeback in this final bullet game. I think he's got a castle. He's got no other moves, because queen takes g6 and knight c6 is a huge threat.
He does castle. Knight takes c6, queen takes g7. That offers a queen trade. And there's a fork on.
Okay.
Take on h1, and now we have an endgame where it's even. How is it even material?
Rook e7, and somehow he's not losing any minor pieces. I think he's going to draw this. Or is it even material? No, he's down a pawn. And he's going to lose another one.
But look at this. There's no rook d2 because rook e1 actually leads to checkmate. So how does white make progress from here with knight e3?
Knight e3. Huge threat. Knight d3. Trying to intercept the rook with rook f2. Well-timed rook f2. Now stopping knight e3. This should be technically winning at this point, but not easy at all.
And this position goes to show how important it is to have activity. Look at this. a5 drops, but take on d4. And if that king gets to c3 at the right moment, the white king will be in huge trouble.
Ooh.
What a move, knight c6.
Oh, and what a finish. Gukesh going to take that honorary goal. The final game goes in his favor. Very well done. Hats off to Gukesh for fighting until the last game. But ultimately today is MVL day. Through and through, Robert.
MVL day every day in his world, but in the world of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, that day is today. A complete demolition of a world-class grandmaster. 21.5 to 8.5. So Danya, a 13-point spread. What did we just watch?
Man, we watched a masterful display from wire to wire. That first game, that mouse slip, it set the tone for the match. But MVL did not stop there. He showed so many different skills throughout his match, right? From speed to tactical acumen to great decision-making in critical moments to fantastic opening preparation and a versatile repertoire, which I think is going to serve him very well throughout the SEC. He's suddenly unpredictable, he's sharp, he's speedy, and he is a nightmare opponent for anybody.
He's just in great form right now, winning the Rapid in Calcutta, now taking his opening match here in the SEC. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is in fantastic form, and he had many great moments of the day. There were so many excellent tactics found by him, but we can only pick one. So let's go take a look at the savvy moves presented by Coinbase, where we will be reviewing some key moves on the chessboard from today's match. Danya, this position in his game against Gukesh, it looked like things were starting to head back towards a draw, but Maxime would not allow it.
This was a wild game. MVL set the tone in the opening with some brilliant play, but like you said, it looks like Gukesh is on the cusp of coming back. In this position, opposite colored bishop endgame, the natural king f3 runs into king e5, and white aims at black's pawns. There is no way to win the game because of white's powerful passer on c6. But just when it seems like a draw is at hand, e3, a classic breakthrough if there ever was one, and it's based on a beautiful tactical detail. F takes c3, f3, no problem, right? White stops the pawn with king d3, f2, king e2. Nope, take it away from this position.
Yeah, even that apparently was winning. But bishop c4 check first. That's a nastier line. If the king doesn't take, the f-pawn runs free. If the king does take, it doesn't change it. f2, and white is one square away from promoting, but the white king is in check on c4. Black gets the queen first and will be the only side to get a queen.
And will then stop white from promoting via f5 and c8, the light square domination. And so, having calculated that, Gukesh resigned the game. One of many sparkling, brilliant moments for MVL.
That is our savvy move presented by Coinbase. Thanks again to Coinbase, and thank you all for watching. It's such a great move from Maxime, but we are going to take a break, and when we return from that break, we'll be joined by none other than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who took down Gukesh in that match. We'll be right back.
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of two spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to one square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
We are back here at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We just saw an epic win from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Danya, normally I would be saying goodbye to you right about now, but instead we await another matchup, and I think people might have heard of those players' names.
I mean, I haven't, so you should really speak for yourself. I think the chess of one of the players will likely speak for itself. Magnus Carlsen against Vidit. This is going to be an amazing match. And what we just saw, a great way to start the day.
Oh, for sure. It was a great day for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Not the best for Gukesh. He will be back next year for sure. And of course, at his many other events. But all eyes will be on the world number one, Magnus Carlsen. He takes on Vidit Gujrati. So we're going to take a very quick break, Danya. And when we return, the match between Magnus and Vidit, it starts in just 30 minutes. You will not want to miss it. So get refreshed, get set, and we will have liftoff in 30. Stay tuned for more from the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase in about half an hour.